Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dahil mihi Anglican for his verbal fucking. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Literally not true.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. Oh, I'm a little too tall. I need to raise the desk up. Going up. There we go. That's a little better. Welcome back to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. I don't know who was first in chat this afternoon. I forgot to look. So I apologize for that oversight, but if somebody could let me know who it was, that would be great, because I can properly out them. It wasn't me, says Malpoy. Denise. Greeners. Iowa says Purple Coconut. Denise. Okay, we've got some agreement on Denise Feldman-Erzlin. Denise, congratulations. You are our internet winner this morning, or this afternoon. Sorry, it's later in the day. This afternoon. There you are. Own up to it. Denise, you've won before, so you know what this is about. First person in chat every time we go live gets sentenced with internet ownership. I think it's only fair, because in your exuberance to be here and to talk about it and brag about it in chat openly, clearly you have a love for the internet. And with that sort of love, maybe you can take care of it for the rest of us. And good luck. And a little bit of good riddance as well. All right. I had a very quick, I made myself 2 ham sandwiches. A ham sandwich. It was delicious. I made a ham sandwich and ate that while my wife was cooking Philly cheesesteaks for dinner. She's pre-making the meal so you can just like heat it up and eat it for dinner. But it's cooked right now. And so I got to smell the Philly cheesesteak while I'm like, well, pass the mayo and the mustard. So it smelled delicious, and then just had a ham sandwich. But wonderful, wonderful. All right, we are about to return to court, where we have had absolutely an amazing day, as the state has rested in the Tennessee versus Chen case, and defense has taken over. Defense is presenting a case. Their first 2 witnesses, I don't think went very well for them, although they did gain a little ground with the first one. The only thing they're trying to do, like the only point the state is, or the defense is trying to win in all this testimony, is to prove that there was no premeditation. They have literally surrendered, waved the white flag on every other issue. Yes, he did it. He's responsible. He killed her, but it wasn't premeditated. That's it. And I don't think they've really gained a lot of ground in that area. We have had an amazing morning. I don't always say this, but if you missed this morning, it's worth rewatching the whole thing. It really is. So we're going to be continuing where we left off this morning. The defense is about to have their third witness on the stand. Well, he's on the stand, but they're trying to get him certified as an expert. What that means is if he is granted expert status by the court, so the court views him as an expert, he gets to testify a little bit differently than a normal witness. A normal witness can only testify directly to what they observed. An expert witness can opine somewhat, can speculate, can, based on my professional experience, this is what I would say happened. It allows them some leeway. They can say some things that might not have all the pieces in place that a normal witness would say, this is what I observed. Deborah Kaiser gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you very much, Deborah. It would be very helpful for the defense to have an expert that could come in and pontificate and say, I believe it happened this way, especially I mean, if he were able to say, I believe that the blood spatter evidence is, for example, is indicative of a mutual fight back and forth, which would indicate that she's not restrained. That would be helpful for defense. I don't think he has an opinion in that area, but that's just an example. So let's see. Nana, you're going to have to watch this. You can rewatch it, but it's amazing. This particular witness, this gentleman, what's his name? His name is Johnny Lawrence, crime scene reconstruction expert from Nashville, from BWI, which I think is Barry White Investigations, which I could not find on the internet. Barry Watts, not Barry White. Barry Watts Investigations. I can't find him. He has not been impressive for me, and the judge also is not hearing what he needs to hear to have that witness come in. Now, I'm fine with an expert struggling to express themselves. That's fine. If I were in front of a judge and a jury, and somebody's life was in the balance, I would probably be a lot worse than this guy. So I'm not attacking him from that front, but he just doesn't seem to have the expertise behind what the credential he wants to display. He has some experience, but it's pretty weak. He definitely doesn't know the vernacular, the words to use to say, in my professional experience, to a certain degree of, investigative professional certainty, this has happened. He doesn't have any of that. And so when the judge asks a question about, have you formed any opinions? He's like, oh, I took lots of pictures. It's like, well, let's shape this a little bit. Both the judge and defense have had to explain words like what opinion and finding means. In expert testimony, these are basics. These are ground level, foundational topics. Woody is a member for 20 months. Oh, gee. Johnny Lawrence equals Trooper Paul. I wanted to hear what he has to say and why he feels that way, because I love different opinions, but I just don't think he's helped himself at all, because the way he's answered the questions, I think, is going to eliminate him as a witness. We'll see when the judge comes back. That decision has not been made yet. Larly Annie comes in again with another super chat. Likes are free. Give some love for working on Saturday. Thank you very much. My boys, by the way, did an amazing job. Took out the beam they needed to, replaced it with another one. I think they're going to screw it in here in just a minute. What does Barry White sing? It's got to be like love songs. Somebody give me an example of a Barry White song. I can't play it because... Y'all think he spent lunch at the pub? No, I don't think so. If he was an expert, he'd have so much knowledge. He has some knowledge. He has the knowledge of someone who works in the field. Like saying a police officer has knowledge of, I don't know, just general, the criminal justice process. They work in the field. He has that knowledge. Fanny Mac's like, I just lost my courthouse. It was here a minute ago, and now you've misplaced it. Can't get enough of your love. I'm not hearing the tune in my head. Chrissy, you're going to have to call in on the burner phone and sing it. You can't play it because I'll get a strike, but you'll have to call in and sing it to us so I know what it is. Barry White, my first, my last, my everything. Are we mixing up Marvin Gaye with Barry White? You're the first, the last, my everything. We need Ari to tell us what. Alice Kay. I think we've been rickrolled. Is that what I'm seeing? I'm never going to give you up. Never going to let you down. Never going to run around and hurt you. Is that what your reference is? We got rickrolled in text. Confirm to us whether the witness went to visit crime scene 4 times. Yes, Randy. We heard in testimony initially that he'd visited twice, but then in his response he says, in the 4 times I visited the scene. So 4 times he went back to the apartment. Every one of those times were after the cleanup. I mean, I think they were before the remodeling, but after the cleanup.
Call from
Chrissy Bacon.
Chrissy, are you gonna sing to us? Is that what I am looking forward to?
I'll give you the tune, and then you have to do it.
Okay, hum it for us.
Well, baby.
No, I heard a little Elvis coming there at the end, but I don't know the song, Chrissy. I don't know the song.
Oh, come on. Really?
I'm sorry. You did a great job. Better than anyone I've ever heard call in and try to hum a song. That was good. You got talent there. That is amazing.
I have a little bit of singing in my background, but
I was
really
going to ask if
shy
you've got
about
some professional training somewhere in there because you sounded
I'm
great.
a little shy. I'm shy about it. So humming was a good.
You shouldn't be shy. That was wonderful. We needed that on a Saturday.
So you still don't know the song, so we're not any farther along.
We're not. My musical experience is broad, but it's not that broad. So I don't know any Barry White. So.
That's okay. All right. Well, I tried.
Chrissy Bacon, I think that might have made my day, though. Thank you very much for calling and sharing that.
I appreciate it.
All right. We'll see you. Bye. That is just awesome. I love it. All right. Let's see. We are... I know who Barry White is. I just can't... It's not clicking in my head. I spent last night watching... Davey 504 or Davey 405? I forget. Who's like a YouTube bass guitarist reacting to I think his name is Beauford or something. Another bass guitarist playing just really cool licks on the bass guitar. That's all I can think of in my head. So I've got slap bass going on in my head. Let's see. Let's get it on. Okay, I do know that one, but I thought that was Marvin Gaye. Isn't that Marvin Gaye? Someone else is going to sing. You cannot play it. You cannot play it, or I'll get a copyright strike, and that would be bad.
to accept. Press 1.
Hey, this is Scott. Who's on the phone?
No, it's me, Indy Cindy.
Hey, Indy Cindy.
I've been sick, but I'll try to give you one little verse of the song.
Okay, got to be quick because court's about to start.
Okay,
any second now.
it's my love. I can't get along without you. That's it.
I honestly, I think I can say I've never heard the song before. But
you'll have to Google it.
I'll have to Google
let
it.
us know.
If you see me jamming and just like grooving to the music during the testimony in the slow part, you'll know that's what I'm listening to. So,
right,
Cindy,
well,
thank you very much. I appreciate your willingness to help us out. We'll see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Judge is going to be back any second now, so probably no more music for now. Amy Manti, member for 21 months, OG, says most days on rewatch. Caught alive today. Thanks for everything you do and for all the hard work of the mods. Thank you, Amy. Thanks for recognizing the mods, something I don't do enough. They're absolutely amazing. I'm so grateful for them. They're amazing. I said that a couple times, but they really are. I'm going to be dancing tonight. Barry White, deep voice and sexy. Samantha says this was not on my bingo card. If I ever find out the RA doesn't know Darude Sandstrom either, I'm going to unsub. Hold, please. Let me mute the phone for just a second. The burner is blowing up. The burner phone is blowing up right now. And my wall is getting knocked down. They're hammering in another board. Okay. That was from Thal. Hey, Thal. I've got Spotify links. I've got so much stuff. It's hammer time. Can't touch this. Have you started a 100K sub special stream yet? Randy, no. I'm so far from that. I'm at 63,000. Approaching 64,000. But I'm seeing all these music references in chat now. My kind of wonderful. Yeah. Okay, so some of them are ringing a bell. The tune is not popping into my head. That's all. PJ, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Larly, thank you for your generosity once again with another super chat today. Woody, member for 20 months. Deborah Kaiser, gifted 5 memberships. Marty Herford, welcome to the gallery. Andrea F., welcome to the gallery. Thank you all. Once you're a member, though, you can never leave. That's just how it works. It's a one-way door. Knocking on Heaven's Door. I think that's a different one. It's a good song reference, though. Oh, Amy's like, oh, and by the way, I got a jury summons. So excited. Amy, that is awesome. I hope you get picked. If you want to be picked, I hope you have the opportunity to serve. I wish I have never in my life been even gotten as far as you did in the jury process. I've never received a summons. So just gonna have to mute your mic and listen to a song. I'm going to in a little bit. I think one of those was Eric Clapton, possibly the Heaven's Door one. Was that Eric Clapton's song? RA is True Crime and Home Improvement. More true crime than home improvement. Right now we're home demolition is what we're doing. All right. Stairway to Heaven is Clapton. No. Adam. I know better than that. Oh, that's the screw gun. They're on the building stage. We've advanced a little bit in the demolition. All right, we are. Oh, Jovi Ray gifted a membership. Thank you. That went to NR. Congratulations. We were just a couple minutes over when the judge said he was going to be back. Now we're going to start at 2:15. The judge is going to make a decision here soon. Just noticed that the picture's crooked. Why is is our tripod crooked today? It hasn't been crooked this whole time, has it? Right. Yes, Catherine. It's definitely not Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton sings like what? It's late in the evening. Just wonder what clothes to wear. That song. I'm not going to sing it. Tears in Heaven. All right. And now we're talking about music. We'll have to do like a music podcast that we play all the music that would get us demonetized, but won't get us kicked off. Do you know there is music that's like that? There's a whole range of music, even songs that are quite popular in today's pop culture, that you can play on your podcast or on your video, but it sends all the revenue from that video to the copyright holder. I think you can play like multiple songs. So if you're ever going to do that, you could just play all those songs and you just won't make anything on that video. And then you get to play the good music. I think I will recognize that one. The words sound familiar. Wonderful Tonight. I play that one on the guitar. I'm not going to play it for you, though. I even do the little guitar bend and everything. It's pretty good. Which song do you want? Hey, what's up?
You know how it was bowing and I'm trying to screw it in?
Yeah.
It's not bending back.
What do you mean? It won't go in?
Like the screws don't have enough force to bow it in.
That's a problem. That means we need to take it out and cut it down. About 1/8 of an inch. Be careful when you're prying it out. I would try just one side, not both. All right. Sorry, we ran into a problem. They're trying to fix it's called sistering, when you put a good piece of wood against one that's cut to try to strengthen that area. We're trying to do that, and it's bowed. The bow is not working its way out. All right. Okay. It's always construction chat or food chat here. There's never a safe time to be away from those. Karaoke stream. Thomas, you'll have to be there. If it happens, you'll have to be there. Rejected juror. I don't say this often, but yes, this morning it was my favorite day of court so far this year by far, and maybe in the last couple months it's been my favorite day in court. I've really enjoyed it, and I think it's worth a watch. There's never a moment that's just dull and nothing's happening. It's been first of all, defense took over first thing this morning after the state rested, and the testimony has been eye-opening. There's been surprises, there's been twists and turns, there's been some legal battles back and forth with the judge, jumping in and weighing in. We've got witnesses that we're questioning their credibility. We've got witnesses that we're questioning their credentials, which is different than credibility somehow. It's been really, really good, eye-opening, lots of surprises. How do you do that with the copyright crap? You have to first go into the YouTube library and see which ones you're allowed to. You have to pull up each song individually to see which song you're allowed to play, but give the monetization to the artist. It takes a lot of work. It's the best day since the Ferris trial. All right. Literal tears and legal heartache. Hey, that's pretty much a good description of what happens. Okay, judge might be coming back here. Don't mind me as I listen to some Barry White.
Had a lot of back and forth trying to cut to the chase. I think at this point we'll just revert to where we need to be. If the state's objecting, is the expert correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And just articulate the reasons why you think you should get to it. Mr. Whitefield, what's wrong?
Are we on the record now?
Your Honor, the basis for the state's objection, we're on the record. The basis for the state's objection to the expert testimony in this case is pursuant to Rule 702, which provides that if scientific, technical, or other specialized knowledge will substantially assist the trier of fact to understand the evidence or to determine a fact in an issue, the witness qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, expertise, training, or education may testify in the form of an opinion or otherwise. This witness has, during my voir dire, denied making opinions. The exact words that were used at one point, hard to say. He's equivocated on everything. The court began to then voir dire the witness, asking about opinions versus findings versus theories. The witness said that he has, quote, many theories, but then went on to describe it as guessing. Your Honor, that's not going to materially assist the trier of fact in this case. So on that basis, under 702, and specifically for the reasons enumerated by the trial court in the case of State versus Mustafa, we must object to his qualification as an expert. He seems like a very fine gentleman. However, I don't believe he should be permitted by the court to opine on or be declared an expert within the two fields that were submitted. I believe one of them was crime scene investigation, the other being blood stain expert or blood pattern analysis. I can't remember exactly which was. Thank you.
So it's less about whether or not he went to the right schools, had the right experience. It's more about whether or not his opinion in this case can substantially assist the trier of fact.
I understand that the schools that he went to, as I understand his testimony, was that he's worked in crime scene units starting in 1998. His retirement was sometime in 2013. And was in private practice until 2017, where he then joined the group that he's with. He does have a long career. The question is, does he have specialized training or experience? I heard he has attended ACTL conferences. This is the Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. I've heard that he has attended, I believe, 3 schools or 3 classes, one of them taught by an individual whose name is Devil. I didn't catch the rest of it. There's been no testimony regarding any peer review of any of his work, specifically the practice and experiments that he does in his house that he testified to. He did go to the scene on 4 occasions, Your Honor, but at that point, evidence had been removed. He describes that there is no peer review of his methods. He hasn't described any scientific or reliable system which he's using to take measurements of the scene or to conduct an analysis of what he observed at the scene. He hasn't provided any clue. He hasn't provided us any clue to the processes, methods, or procedures used to render his opinions other than they are his theories and guesses as to what happened. And on that basis, we would say that we just can't testify.
All right, I'm going to take one thing off the table for discussions. We can focus on what we want. I do find that Mr. Lawrence, with his experience in the criminal justice system as a crime scene crime scene investigator, where he served in Davidson County since 1998. His experience before that as a homicide investigator, seeing many homicide scenes apparently. He started National Investigative Service in 2013, is currently employed there. He did list many teachings that he's done and trainings he's attended. And so I do find he would probably qualify as an expert in crime scene reconstruction and blood stain pattern analysis as a homicide defense. The question is whether or not he can form any opinions that are helpful in this case.
Yes, sure.
All right.
And he can. So, first off, the court needs to understand that Mr. Lawrence is. Does the court want Mr. Lawrence in here?
It doesn't matter at this point, I don't think.
Okay. Mr. Lawrence is a rebuttal witness. He is to rebut the state's proof. And so that is essential to the defense's case. The court has already excluded the forensic psychologist, and with utmost respect, as the court knows, we believe is an error because what Dr. Cogswell talked about, what a forensic psychologist does and what kind of proof that he would need in this case. But the point of Mr. Lawrence is to rebut the state's investigation. Specifically, let's talk about Dr. Cogswell. Dr. Cogswell opined, and a lot of his opinions, I've brought this up before, aren't certainties. If the court is looking for certainties in the criminal justice system, you're not likely to find it very much.
On that point, just make sure, so I know we've revisited that a few times now.
Yes, sir.
No one has to say with 100% certainty this is what happened. What they can say, or supposed to say as an expert, is to a reasonable degree of medical certainty or psychological certainty, their opinion is this. So there is flexibility in there. The court, I'm not asking for an absolute certainty of anything. I think the flexibility comes from to the reasonable degree, but your opinion has to be something more than speculation. Just so you know. So
I would agree with that. So Dr. Cogswell talked about the position of the body when killed. That is something that that expert opined on. Dr. Cogswell opined on the crime scene in general. While he did not testify that Miss Pace was shackled or handcuffed because he was excluded from that, the state made those implications that she was. Mr. Lawrence can testify regarding the state of the body. When found, he can testify regarding kind of the same things that Dr. Cogswell saw. Then there is with Crawford and the investigator Crawford and the CSI team rebutting on how one of the arguments is that this is the most blood that they have ever seen. Our argument, our rebuttal is they're not seeing just blood. What we're seeing is the cleaning materials that we talked about, that all these people that have contaminated the scene. So yes, the court is probably right. I have one uncontamination, but it's not just blood that would have been tracked throughout the apartment. It would be the cleaning materials too, and he can opine on that as well. Then one of the most serious things, and one of the most important things that we need Mr. Lawrence to testify about is how the Chattanooga Police Department, the crime scene investigation, collected evidence. And more importantly, and what's going to come out through Mr. Lawrence are pieces of evidence, specifically one piece of evidence that CPD still doesn't know about. So it's important for me to be able to introduce that through this witness.
Is it in the defendant's possession?
It's in your possession. Your investigator took the picture.
So what picture are we talking about?
I don't know, Judge.
I don't have to say. I don't have to say.
I don't have to say?
Well, we're talking about whether or not your expert gets to testify about it, so...
Judge asks what it is.
He found evidence at the scene that Chattanooga Police Department crime scene investigators took a picture of, but they've made no mention of it. And I would like to reserve my ability to show that through my expert. And it would be more of a factual thing. What did you find?
Well, let me say this, that it's a very close call where he's going to be able to testify anyway. If it's something that's going to be significant.
In-camera inspection is fine, Judge? What's that? We don't need to see it.
In-camera inspection is
You
fine.
need to respond to whether or not it's relevant or not, I think.
Yeah, I would like to see it.
He's had to show us. He's hiding it. I don't want to show you. I don't want to show you. He's frustrated. Larry, Annie, thank you so much. Thank you. The judge just says it's very close as to whether he's going to be able to testify or not.
Your Honor, we do have these photos. Yeah. Again, I don't know.
All right.
The relevancy that we do.
Oh, well, here.
Any other opinions you want to?
Can I show the court? If it's going to be the difference between me getting my expert in and not, I'll show the court.
Could be.
He wanted the mic drop moment and say, they didn't know about it, but you found it because you're the expert and we should believe what you say. I hope he gets that moment. I hope he gets it.
So, not only is our expert a crime scene reconstruction expert, but he's also a blood stain interpreter and analysis. These are pictures provided to You're not going to be able to see it, obviously.
Turn the lights off.
Can we get some mood lighting, please? Somebody start up the Barry White.
You can zoom in if you wish.
Well, no. So I have three pictures that Mr. Lawrence has created here where he zooms in. Now, if the court, where's the...
For the record, Judge, that's already in evidence as part of the collective exhibit.
Okay. Okay. Then I don't
Wait, no. with the Gulton bottle. It's not visible, Judge, because it's cut off.
So if the
For
court
the record, what exhibit number are we talking about?
Your Honor, it's one of the ones that Investigator Johnson.
We can remark this one, or mark this one.
I believe it's 150. 15.
115?
150-15.
150-15. Okay. Yes, sir.
This sheet here, we believe, was collected on November the 28th. It's listed as item number 30 on Investigator Johnson's evidence inventory report.
You talking about the bed cover?
Yes, this maroon-looking sheet.
All right, sir.
So if the court will look right here, and I'm going to put another picture down. And what the court can see here is you can start to see fingerprints. And then here's it even more close look. Fingerprints. These were never collected by CPD, as far as I'm aware. They were never sent off for testing, as far as I'm aware. And there are no results of whose fingerprints those are.
Talking about fingerprints on a bed cover, right?
Correct.
So I've been doing this a while, and I've learned things every 11 minutes, it seems. I've never heard of fingerprints being taken from like a cloth material, like a clothing or a bedspread.
Yeah.
And that's one of the great things about my expert, what he could explain.
Well, you didn't say that earlier, so we might be able to pull up and talk about that again, but
You can do that too.
never heard of fingerprints being able to be taken from a bedspread.
And it should be noted that this piece of evidence, while collected, has not been introduced through the state as well. In fact, I don't. It might be in the prosecutor's office for all I know, but it's not here in the courtroom.
Okay. So just to catch me up to where you are so far, you're saying that the expert, your expert, is important to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion of the position of the victim's body, to rebut Detective Crawford's statements, the most blood he's ever seen. Your expert would say that's actually tracked blood, not blood from a victim. And your expert has an opinion on how the evidence was poorly collected.
There's that. Let me go ahead and say the most essential opinion that we talked about previously. Investigator Crawford said he opined, not an expert, not qualified as an expert. He said that he believed that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom, where Mr. Lawrence will testify, not that he can say where she was killed, but can say that there's no, and I think he testified this, there's no way that Investigator Crawford can make that case. That is an essential part of the case.
Can we discuss that briefly?
Yes, sir.
I believe that your expert said that his opinion was that most of it happened in the bedroom, which could be seen to rebut Detective Crawford's belief that it happened in the bathroom. I do believe that Detective Crawford did not make that statement as part of the state's case in chief. It did not come from a jury. You're asking the question, like, where do you think it happened, perhaps, and he was allowed to answer at that point?
I'm certain he was allowed.
So you're thinking General Moyle or General Womp said, where do you think this happened? And he was allowed to answer that. I thought it came in either cross.
I believe it was Mr. Weiss. I believe it was cross-examination, Your Honor.
I think it was either cross or juror question, because I think they asked.
I remember that I didn't.
Mr.
15
Chen.
seconds into the question and answer, I remember that I believed I should have objected and I hadn't, and Investigator Crawford had sort of got it out of his mouth already. I recall that it was on cross-examination for that.
It wasn't your direct anyway.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. It might have been me asking the juror, it might have been twice.
What?
Not to say that it matters, it might be a distinction without a difference. Just kind of making sure that it wasn't brought in, but the state wanted the detective to say that.
You can't open your own door, though.
Okay.
Laura Lee, Annie, thanks for the gifted membership. Little Lulu, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. Wonderful for you joining
And
us
then,
here. Appreciate
the
it.
last point that I'd like to make, it is unfair to exclude this witness because somehow first off, there's due process rights. We have a right to present a defense. By limiting this, you are vastly excluding the testimony that is necessary to rebut and contradict the state's case. But as the Mufasa court has been recognized today, the Mufasa opinion has been recognized today.
Mufasa?
If it doesn't, the court pointed out, the state is, or the defense theory is voluntary manslaughter, not premeditation. So the expert's opinion is not relevant to that issue.
To substantially assist them, that's correct.
On that specific issue, then the rest of it would be irrelevant. Well, in that same vein, though, once I did my opening and I admitted to the killing, the state then put on 5 days of proof regarding fingerprints and blood and all these different things. Why didn't the court limit the state on proving just premeditation at that point then?
Because the same evidence that showed the identity of your client as the person who killed Jasmine Pace can be used as far as covering up the tracks that's relevant to premeditation. The fact that the state might have used the cell phone records to show that it was Jason Chen who killed Jasmine Pace. Since you admitted that, the state can use the cell phone records to show that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace and then took a lot of elaborate steps to cover it up. So it's still relevant to premeditation.
That was relevant to abuse of the courts. But for the good example is the fingerprints. How does the fingerprints help prove premeditation? It doesn't.
It doesn't, but you didn't object to it.
Well, Your Honor, the state has to, beyond a reasonable doubt, prove, it doesn't matter what's said in opening.
It's not
if
evidence.
he admits to the entire thing as first-degree murder in opening, the state still has to. He pled guilty in front of the jury. The state, he pled not guilty, I apologize. The state still always has to meet our burden of proof. So it can't just be, well, he admitted it, so now we're just going to come to the chase. Obviously, we have to present proof, and we take that burden very, very serious, regardless of what the defense says in opening statement, which is not proof for the jury, and they're going to hear that instruction. So I would contest all of that exchange because, of course, we have to prove it was him, which includes fingerprints and cell phone location records. That burden is still ours.
And we would have had that discussion for sure if there had been an objection by Mr. Weiss. However, it would have, since identity was not an issue, it would have had less probative value than if identity was still being tested. I'm not saying it would have been excluded, but that's the point.
I agree with the statement. I don't disagree with any part of that. They should have been limited in proving their case. The defense should be limited in proving our title.
It's got to be satisfy the rules of evidence. There is an objection to this expert. There wasn't an objection to fingerprint evidence or anything else, so we can only proceed on what the parties don't. I'm brought in when the parties don't agree on something, and so they don't agree on it. So,
he's the referee.
Mr. Moore, I know you really want to respond to some of this. While Mr. Weiss is still here, I want to ask him some questions about what he just said, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Weiss?
Yes, sir.
You basically listed some reasons for rebuttal, why your expert should be allowed to testify, specifically to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion about the position of the body, Investigator Crawford's opinion about the most blood he's ever seen, and how the evidence was collected. Please tell me how any of that is relevant to voluntary manslaughter versus premeditation.
The state's theory is that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom, and it wasn't a result of an argument or something in the heat of the passion. They're trying to show that there's blood throughout the whole apartment, which isn't necessarily true. They haven't shown that with scientific proof beyond to a reasonable scientific certainty where Jasmine Pace was killed within this apartment. They're trying to allege that all the 60 stab wounds, his efforts in hiding the body, doing all these things, prove premeditation. the defense's theory is that if we were able to bring in Mr. Lawrence to show that the majority of the blood was in the bedroom, and that would corroborate the defense's opening, that would show that the killing did not happen in the bathroom. It most likely happened somewhere, or it happened somewhere else in the house, but no expert can tell you, or no person can tell you exactly where it happened.
Thank you. We're getting very close to why this expert might be relevant. I heard you right when I say it back to you. If the state's theory is that there was blood everywhere across the apartment, and therefore killing happened in multiple rooms, versus the killing occurring in just the bedroom in that one heat of passion type moment, that's getting close to an opinion by this expert that's relevant to premeditation. Maybe I haven't been explaining it for the last hour and a half well, but that's what I've been wanting to hear for sure. So that's starting to make, I see your point finally. So I get the point about the blood not necessarily being all over the apartment, if that's what you're saying your experts want to say. Position of the body, can you tell me more about that? How can your expert be qualified to talk about the position of the body when the defendant stabbed it?
Buffer.
Mr. Lawrence would testify that, so the state keep trying to make the inference that Jasmine Pace was shackled and bound and then killed. Whereas my expert can explain that, for example, he can say, I spoke to Miss Paglino Brewer, for example, and she heard running and back and forth. And that wouldn't be conducive of someone that's already handcuffed and shackled if she's hearing running back and forth. So he could testify regarding the information that he received as part of his investigation in that way. In addition to that, he can also testify regarding the ligature marks or the lack thereof. If you looked at the wrist of Jasmine Pace where the handcuffs or shackles were, and we got into this with Dr. Cogswell, you see rusting from where the moisture hit the handcuffs, but what you don't see is bruising, tearing, or anything like that. He's going to testify that you don't see any defensive wounds on the body, just like Dr. Cogswell would have testified.
So there's a few things we need to talk about on this opinion that you want your expert to give. I don't see anything in this history about anatomy, physiology, how the body responds, when shackled. So that's one thing you need to talk about, is your expert's qualifications to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion on that. The other thing is that Dr. Cogswell never said she was shackled. He said basically 2 + 2. He didn't say 4. Basically said that she was in one place. She, didn't move.
But the court has to remember when Dr. Cogswell is testifying about this, and I objected to this because of this very reason. They were showing a picture of Jasmine Pace bound and shackled. So while Dr. Cogswell didn't say it out loud, it was on the screen for the whole jury to hear. That gave the impression, it gave the inference, and it's unfair and misleading. That's why I objected at that time.
We got right up to the line, but in my opinion, did not cross it. Dr. Cogswell did not testify about anything that was beyond his expertise.
No, I agree with that. But the image on the screen didn't match the testimony Dr. Cogswell was testifying to, and it's misleading for the jury. He didn't say that she was shackled, but sure as heck there was a picture of her shackled on the picture behind him while he was testifying about it.
What would your expert say? How can your expert be qualified to talk about what ligature marks look like and how the body
He said he's worked over, I think he said 800 homicides in his career. He's been to multiple crime scenes. He observed the discovery for the course of his investigation.
A third
It's all
area?
part of it.
That would make you an expert in it, wouldn't it?
Judge Stillman's already qualified me as an expert in cross-examination, so.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to say on that point?
Dr. Cogswell said that Jasmine Pace was killed in the same way that she was found in the suitcase, or that it was likely. And he might, or Mr. Lawrence he won't be able to say what position she was in, but he can say it is unlikely that that position would make sense because there's lack of defensive wounds, because of the running beforehand that was testified by the first witness.
Okay. Anything else on that point?
Yes, sir.
All right, how the evidence was poorly collected. Can you explain how that goes to heat of passion versus premeditation?
The state is trying to use the evidence they collected, and they're going to use it in closing to show that this was not a crime of passion. So he's going to be able to testify that he found no evidence that there was any planning, any motive, or anything like that during the course of his investigation.
So motive isn't necessarily premeditation.
Correct. But it is something that could substantially help the trier effect, even though motive and
I think he's allowed to give it. I get the blood opinion. Not really convinced on the position of the body when and again, the state will get a chance to respond to all of these. How the evidence was poorly collected. It's almost something that militates in favor of the defense in this absence of evidence.
It's running out of ground. Defense needs to start waving their hands, making some noise.
But the lack of collection of evidence and the lack of the testing that TBI did could show we're not claiming, it could show self-defense. It could show the story that the defense said in opening. It would help corroborate that statement. That the collection of evidence here is misleading because they didn't collect evidence that would show that this was a crime of passion versus premeditation.
Okay. Well, again, we're going to put your expert back on the stand, and he's going to have to explain how the lack of evidence goes to that.
Okay.
Okay. General Moore, you want to anything else on the points we talked about? I think that covers.
The handprint was the only other thing.
Yeah, that's something I've never heard of it, but we'll see what he has to say when he get these back to the stand. All right, General Moore, it seems like whether or not this very experienced former police officer can testify as to the position of a body when it was killed. I'm not really convinced that's within his realm of expertise to the degree that would substantially assist the trier of fact. The blood evidence seems closer to a relevant, admissible purpose, that if all the blood truly should have been in the bedroom, but instead was everywhere in the apartment, it seems like it would be something helpful to the defense in showing that it was the killing happened there. So, and the fingerprint on the red, we'll just put it back on the stand. That's kind of where I am with it right now, so feel free to proceed however you wish.
Your Honor, he was tendered as an expert in two fields, crime scene and blood pattern analysis. Saying that, well, the blood should have been here, but it's contained in this room is not an interpretation of a blood pattern. It's simply not. If we were looking at pictures of cast-off and asking him from what direction was the blood cast off the solid object while it was in motion, he may be qualified to
like a more specific opinion. This seems like something that would be easier for him to make, a much more basic opinion, but he still could probably make it, don't you think?
I'm not so sure that he could, unless he has some kind of experience in quantifying volumes of blood, how could he say that most of it is here and most of it's not there? And also, don't forget, Your Honor, the duality of the argument that's being made by the defense in this case, contamination, but one of the primary people who did the contamination in this case is none other than the defendant by cleaning up the crime scene. So I don't know how an expert hired by a defendant who presumably knows that his client was mopping up blood would be able to render any kind of an opinion to a reasonable degree of any kind of certainty where the majority of the blood is when he knows for a fact that his client cleaned up the scene. That was said in opening statement, and I understand they're not bound to it, but if that's the theory of the defense and he's a defense expert, then surely he knows that to be true. So, Your Honor, the question then is his opinion reliable?
Let me ask you on that point.
Yes, Judge.
It seems like that would go to the weight, not the admissibility.
That's
if you're
true.
going to testify at a spread out department, the state can certainly argue that besides contamination by the victim's family, besides contamination by the police, the defendant's own efforts in cleaning up blood does not, it muddies the waters to the degree that you can't say that it happened all at the department.
But that's one of the threshold questions for McDaniel versus CSX, the reliability. He has not provided any testimony whatsoever regarding the methods that he used other than I looked at pictures. I've been in the crime scene 4 times. We don't know when. We don't know what methods were used to take measurements, if any. We don't know what tools were used to evaluate items of evidence, if any, other than just pure observation. So I would submit that it does in fact go beyond the scope of blood pattern analysis, and further it would go beyond the scope of crime scene investigation. So the state would disagree with that, and we would object. As for the bloody fingerprints, again, beyond the scope of his expertise. He's not a latent print examiner. How can he opine that those are indeed what he claims them to be?
And how can he opine that even if they are is a handprint? My question, even though if it was a handprint, it certainly looks like finger smear. Could fingerprints be usable prints be extracted from that?
That's not the issue with why that's important. The importance is we don't know whose handprint it is, and the importance of knowing why whose handprint it is because if it's Jasmine Pace's, then she was not shackled when she was killed.
Unless it's her left hand.
Okay. But no, that's a proof of it exactly. So
I want to stop you at some point because I want to. So we're not making the same argument. So I want to just focus in on the one that you mentioned. When you said the issue is not whose fingerprints they are, but who made those prints or who made a hand. So it's like
I did not articulate that.
Okay.
It's important to know that this, what we believe to be handprint, was not tested to see if it was blood. There was also no testing to see if they were, or whose fingerprints they were. If they were Jasmine Pace's, and the defense's theory in opening is that Jasmine Pace attacked Jason Chen as he ran back into his bedroom, and then he picked up a knife and killed Jasmine Pace. And our argument is that he was not, or Jasmine Pace was not shackled at that time, that she couldn't, or then she left that print. Because if she was shackled at that time, she couldn't have made that print.
Okay. So here's what I'm getting, and we'll get back to the guy with the code in just a minute. I would love to hear that contrary to what I believe for over 20-something years, you can get prints from a porous surface like fabric. I do see where maybe the size of the fingers might indicate whether or not it was someone who was 6'1" or someone who was basically 5 foot nothing, is what I would advise. That might be helpful in identifying who left the print.
I don't think he could opine as to that.
I think we have to ask.
Hang on, General Wolf at the same.
I'm sorry.
I did there.
I know, please let me finish. You'll have your chance to respond.
Yes, sir.
First of all, it's the classic garbage in, garbage out analysis, Judge. The defense, in saying what he would opine to, it's, I spoke with Miss Paglino Brewer. I spoke with her, and based on that, I don't believe that this was a murder, that it was some sort of an altercation fight. But keep in mind, Judge, the testimony that she gave from the witness stand contradicts the very assertion that this happened in the bedroom, that there was running away from the bedroom towards the front door after the scream.
Again, doesn't that go to weight versus disability, where the expert would have to say he disregarded that aspect of it?
But that's the only thing that the defense could cite to that he relied upon. Furthermore, the ligature marks, the defensive wounds, I think was all part of the same argument for this particular piece of evidence. He's not a self-defense expert. He can't opine as to what kind of a wound is an aggressive, offensive mark or a self-defense mark any more than the medical examiner couldn't. He was asked, and he couldn't answer it. He said, no, we shy away from those terms. So it's the state's position that he's an expert in all fields, but he can render an opinion in none. And on that basis, Your Honor, he is not a reliable witness.
Mindy, welcome to the gallery.
And
thank you so much.
Because he's not reliable, it will not materially assist the trier of fact in this case. Subject to Your Honor's questions.
I think I'm good.
Thank you.
So far.
May I just make one last point?
Yes, sir.
That handprints also prove that she wasn't in the field because she
Can't hear him.
All right. Where we are with this, I've got a good idea of where the parameters think of this expert's testimony might impact the relevant aspects of this trial.
Sounds a little bit limited.
There's still a couple of questions I have. I've heard enough from the parties what they expect the proof to show, what their the anticipated testimony would be. I do not find this expert qualifies to the degree that he can give an opinion about the position of the victim's body when the stabbing occurred. I think that Mr. Weiss's comments on ligature marks and what they mean, that does not, I don't think the qualifications I've heard from this particular witness rise to the level where he can provide that. The standard is not whether he has a little more experience than the average person. It's got to be enough to substantially assist the trier of fact, and I don't think that's the case with this particular expert witness. I do think that he is an expert enough to testify that the blood that lit up the entire apartment basically could have been spread by contamination of a crime scene. I believe he certainly personally worked enough to where he could give that opinion, say that it's tainted. I believe he said in his testimony earlier that he can't say for sure where it happened, but I interpret what he said about the bedroom, that a big part of the incident took place in the bedroom. So, General, I hear your objections about how he was saying he didn't have opinions, but suddenly came up with some. This particular witness seems like he uses a different nomenclature than most other folks, so I'm going to give that.
That's a generous
give him the
way.
benefit of the doubt on that one. He might have been thinking of something that was 100% certain or beyond a reasonable doubt, neither of which are the standards that need to be, that apply whether or not he gets to testify. So I do think he can establish his credentials and the relevance to this particular case, which we finally got around to talking about, on whether or not the blood could have been tracked, carried, or whether it was by the defendant or the Pace family or the police officers. I certainly think he can give an opinion on that as well. The only question mark I have is about the fingerprints on the bedspread. That really wasn't developed when he was on the stand earlier. So he's going to need to come back to the stand and explain exactly what his opinion is on that. Then the court will make a determination whether or not he can testify as to that realm of testimony, I should say. So where is he? Bring him in.
Okay, so the proffer continues. Jury is not here. Mr. Lawrence is coming back on the stands to answer specific questions about one more area that the judge has yet to rule on. It sounds like his testimony is going to be limited in part. He will not be able to testify about the ligature marks on the arm, the position of the body at the time of the attack, but he will be allowed to give some of his opinions, and we'll see how that develops. I expect this to be spicy.
Anthony, you mind swearing, Mr. Lawrence?
Yes, sir. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Mr. Lawrence, we've talked a lot about what you can talk about and what you won't be allowed to talk about from this jury, but there's a very specific line of question I think Mr. White's going to ask you about regarding the fingerprints on the bed sheet that you looked at.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. White.
Mr. Lawrence, did you review the discovery and evidence provided in this case?
I did.
I'm showing you a picture. Can you please identify that?
This was a crime scene picture of the scene from the bedroom that was in the back room, showing the pictures taken actually near the bathroom door, leading into the bedroom, turned slightly to the left.
Do you know if this maroon sheet was collected into evidence?
There was one collected, but I think it was misidentified. But to me, it's a comforter type, but I think it was listed as a sheet.
I'm showing you what this is the evidence. I'm showing you it's the evidence inventory report by Broker Johnson. Can you identify number 30?
Number 30, collected on the 28th at 10:11 as a maroon fitted sheet.
Is that what that is?
It could be, but the picture is kind of indicating it could be a comforter. It could be a fitted sheet.
But it is maroon?
Yes.
Okay. How many times did you do an investigation inside Jason Chen's apartment?
I went in twice in December.
So,
yes.
Tell me about how was this in there when you went in the apartment?
No, sir. There was no bed covers on the bed.
Okay. When was the first time that you saw that picture?
It was saying probably around June. Once the discovery started coming in, I received the crime scene pictures and everything started trickling in. That's when I saw it.
So when you looked at this picture, tell me what you did as part of your investigation.
As I mentioned before, when I look at photographs, you don't actually see everything. So I make a working copy first. I take all of what I get, move it out of the way so I never touch it. But I make a working copy where each photograph, I will enhance the photograph. Either by desaturation, which means turning it into black and white, which gives more clarity, or adding brightness, contrast, or tones. Because sometimes you can't physically see things that are on different colored items. So I enhance the photographs.
I'm showing you two pictures. Can you identify these?
Yes, sir. These are close-up pictures of this from my stop.
Did you manipulate this in any way other than zooming in?
I zoomed in and I did change the contrast and the brightness a little bit, just to give a little different tone quality.
And why would you do that?
Because when I zoomed in, I started seeing something. Couldn't tell what it was. I had to go in and physically change the contrast and stuff to where it stood out. So once I got that balanced out, then I zoomed in closer, and that's how I located what's there.
For the purposes of the record, Your Honor, can we mark this as the next collected exhibit for identification only?
Yes, 226 ID only. At this point, if he gets to testify, he can talk about it.
Of course. Should we staple together?
Yes, please. There's plenty of pictures, Mr. Weiss, 3.
Yes.
226, 1, 2, 3.
The first record here is all in the state's evidence.
Right.
Now, after you observed, what did you observe in the picture? What did your contrast show you?
The contrast showed me some possible blood transfer stains, which my first thought was they were linear type, which that appeared to be finger impressions.
Why is that important in this case?
Well, from information I had, there were 2 people there. So who did it belong to? Why was it there? Pretty much like the who, what, where, what. Why is this thing in this particular location? How did it get there? And who's this?
And why is that important in this case?
It's important in every case, actually, but
particularly in this case.
In this case here, it kind of indicates something is going on in that area, the bedroom. And it fits into the smaller, confined area of the saturation stains on the floor and the markings on the wall.
Do you believe that to be a handprint or finger mark?
It's possibly a whole hand, but there's no way to find that out. But it does appear to be finger impressions. I can't tell if it's going to have to be a swipe, which is transferring a bloody object to an object instead of picking it up from an object.
And that's called a swipe?
It's a swipe, but it's a transfer. It's a type of transfer. You're transferring the blood from one location to another, and you're leaving a blood-stained pattern at that location.
Would it have been possible to develop fingerprints from this surface?
Very, very rarely can you get reach details enough to make a comparison. You can try to get the width, length of the hand. Sometimes that can lead you to determine if it's male or female, but that's not always exact. But you can get a little clarity to it. Plus, you can also cut out a swatch to send it in for DNA and confirm it is blood.
Do you know if that was ever tested here?
From everything I received, it was not tested.
You know the defense's theory in this case?
Yes.
The state's theory is that Jasmine was bound and shackled when she was killed, right? Do you understand that to be the state's theory?
Yes.
And why, what proof would this handprint show if it belonged to Jasmine Face?
That her hand is on the bed, coming from some direction. But it could indicate that there was no restraints.
What would it say about her being in the fetal position?
Well, you can't argue what position she is in, just how the hand got there. It would be important on how high that bed is, because beds are different sizes, the height of it. If she's in a fetal position and restrained, she's not going to be able to at least reach her hand up high.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, to beyond the scope of his expertise. It's an opinion.
He's seen the handcuffs and the shackles, so he knows how short the chain is on the handcuffs.
This point overruled.
You have to take into effect the height of the bed, the position and where it's at. And I was considering that compared to where the big saturation stage was. But since those were not photographed together, it's going to be hard to do that. But it actually can give you an idea if it's enhanced and processed, if someone was standing, kneeling to that. But from those pictures, I cannot physically say she was in a certain absolute position when it was developed.
So Dr. Cogswell testified that he believed that Jasmine Face was in the fetal position when she was killed. Does your investigation as a crime scene reconstruction expert differ with that?
The way you
Mr. Weiss, that's already been talked about as far as Dr. Cogswell's opinion. So the witness is not going to be able to testify to the position of the body.
Yes, sir.
Can I ask another question?
Those regarding the handprint or whatever this mark is.
I thought he was getting into whether or not what position of the body is what I thought you said.
I thought you just said I couldn't ask that.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I stopped you from asking it.
Okay, so that's the last line of question I have regarding that topic.
Okay. If it's anything to do to rebut Dr. Cogswell's opinion about the position of the body, this witness can't testify to that. If it's something different about the position of the body as far as the handprint on the bedspread, feel free to ask about that.
Is there anything else that is relevant to the position of the handprint on the bed?
Well, that's all I could see out of it, and I didn't have access to it. But all I can make a determination on is what I see in the photograph, and in my opinion, what caused it.
May I do another line of questioning?
Sure, if it's relevant.
There's been what's been described as cast off in the bathroom. That's part, and that was used as information Investigator Crawford used to give his opinion that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom. Do you have an opinion on where Jasmine Pace was killed in this house or in this apartment?
No, not. I could tell stuff happened in the bedroom, but there was not enough evidence in any other room that gave me the opinion something else happened in there except blood was in the other room.
So there was alleged cast off in the bathroom. What is cast off?
Cast off is a type of impact stain. It is developed when a blood drop has some type of force behind it. If blood has no force behind it, it's going to drip. Gravity's going to take over. But if there's any type of force behind it, it's going to send that blood drop to another location. That is considered an impact. Cast off is a terminology used that a blood drop has been forcibly moved and it will develop a pattern like a linear pattern. It's either arc or straight line, which means the blood is coming off of the object and traveling in that direction until it hits something or gravity takes over.
Now, what they're calling cast off, that was never tested, as far as you know?
I did not see any testing results.
Does that cast off imply or make it more likely that Jasmine Pace was killed in the bathroom?
What those things show is there was some blood drops that was projected. What the source it came from, you would not be able to determine.
What do you mean by the source?
The source could be a hand, it could be a towel, an object that is being moved and the blood is leaving that object. A cast off usually comes from an object, a lot of times associated with a weapon, but there's nothing that's going to make you a determination with what we have. What caused this thing?
Your Honor, for clarification, are we talking about the bathroom cast off now, or are we talking about the bedspread? I'm confused. Can we clarify this?
We're talking about the bathroom cast off.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
So, could that cast off have come off an inanimate object?
Please explain that part.
Could it come off a bloody shirt?
Yes, it could come off any object because it does not leave a telltale of what the object is. Now, as far as the cast off, as I mentioned, cast off, once it leaves the object, It's going to travel until gravity takes over or it hits an object. This particular stain had multi-directionality of stains as far as which direction the stain's going. That is common because some drops are smaller than others. The smaller drops will lose the force and gravity takes over and they start dropping faster than the other ones. So you might have some still going upward, but then now you've got some coming down.
I have one more line of question. And it involves the Blue Star. There is argument that if Jasmine Pace was killed in the living room, she would have had to have been, let me rephrase. You looked at the Blue Star pictures in this case?
I did.
Did you see any evidence of dragging?
With the pictures provided to me, you could not make out any drag marks on the carpet. Carpet's it's a sorbent, so that's going to kind of distort it anyway. But there was nothing I observed that I can say.
But let's be nice in chat. Everyone take a deep breath. We're all friends, even if we disagree.
I just could not see it.
Did you see footprints?
Again, the Blue Star photographs were from a distance. They're possibly, but that's why you go further and you enhance it to see what you got.
Okay, if
see
there's someone you disagree with, just block them personally. You don't need to talk about it in chat.
Path of Blue Star reaction, but once that was done, it was not close. So you need 90-degree shots of stains.
And so did crime scene investigation, in your opinion, did they do a proficient job at documenting the scene?
They did Blue Star and they located possible blood. That was a good job. But you have to go further. Now, I don't know what, but you have to go further. You have to, okay, now you've located blood. What does it take? Possible blood. What kind of blood? You have to test it, which they did with the hem sticks. They said there's another presumptive test. It came back positive. But you have to document that. We don't know where this thing could have possibly come from. You have to take photographs. Once you do that, everybody does things different. So you have to follow a policy or a plan. But you need to document these things. What do these things show you? And that was not done.
And because they were not done, what effect does that have on this jury?
Objection just beyond the scope of expertise.
Yeah.
I got the ultimate question there. Sure. Sustain.
You are aware that Jason had cleaned the apartment after the killing?
I could, when I made my visits, I could see swipes and wipes on the floor.
You saw evidence of cleaning?
No, I saw blood. And once I started getting discovered, I take it from December when I made my visit, I did not know what police had done or what the scene actually would look like at the time until I started getting discovery. But with the discovery, it was mentioned numerous times that there was cleanup.
And did you see evidence of that?
On my visit, yes.
I want to, I think that's all I wanted to question. Thank you. Ross.
Sir, do you recall the date upon which Miss Jasmine Pace was murdered at 110 Tremont Street, apartment 210?
Just some information from the discovery. I believe she arrived there on the 22nd and sometime during the night.
And you first went into the apartment on what date?
My first visit to 110 Tremont and going into the apartment was December 9th.
12/9 of 22, and that was when you were accompanied by defense counsel.
Briefly.
Did you go into the apartment as well?
Just in the doorway.
He was in the doorway? Where some of the Blue Star reaction was?
I didn't know where the Blue Star reaction was. You talking about after the fact?
Sure.
Have you seen the Blue Star?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I do not remember a lot of Blue Star reaction at the door. There's some, but not much.
So the answer would be yes?
Yes.
What about the second time you went?
Second time I went, I wanted to make one more stop because I was fixing to turn the keys to the apartment into the apartment management company.
What date was that?
I believe it was the 14th of believe it was the 14th.
Of what month?
December.
22?
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you went 4 times. What were the other ones?
The other 2 was outside because I'd already turned the key into the apartment to the apartment manager. I went to take pictures of the outside cameras. This was in January. Both of these visits were in January.
So when you said that you've been to the apartment 4 times, really you've just been to the building 4 times. You've only been to the apartment itself on 2 occasions. Not
inside. Inside.
Correct. You've only been inside
Twice.
the crime scene 2 times.
The 9th and I believe the 14th.
Not 4.
No, I've been to 110 Tremont.
Okay.
4 times.
Now, I'd like to talk about the photographs that were ID only. You mentioned that you had to manipulate these.
I enhanced it, yes, sir.
Sure. By manipulating various settings.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Including, you said contrast.
Yes.
Brightness.
Yes.
And tone.
And saturation.
And saturation.
Those are the type of manipulations or enhancements that I do.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at them at all just to see what's visible.
And which of those settings did you use to manipulate this photograph?
That would be hard to determine because I'm using a slide rule to get the best clarity.
Yeah, these are not coming in.
You don't know?
As far as the exact resolution?
Yes, sir. Like what did you increase the contrast? Decrease the contrast?
This one, I added more contrast to get color.
So
to try to separate the colors.
How much contrast did you add to separate the colors?
Again, I used a slide rule on it. I'm not taking exact measurements.
So
I had to enhance the photograph to see it clearly.
So you would agree that your manipulation of the photograph was imprecise? Is that what I hear you saying?
Objection. That's not what he said at all.
That's exactly what he said, Judge. He's using a slide rule and he doesn't know what it was.
I don't think that goes to the precision. This goes to his ability or interest in keeping measurements of how we adjusted it. So it's the same.
How about brightness? Did you adjust brightness on this?
The program I use is Microsoft Picture Manager. When you open up the editing buttons,
yes, sir,
you have a slide rule for each one of those.
And you have the option to record what you have changed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you document what you changed?
I don't write the numbers down. No, I just find the best clarity I am and see what I see.
Don't you think that would be important so that people could evaluate your work later on down the road?
I guess it could help.
You'd agree it would be helpful?
It would be helpful, but they also have the option of doing the same thing.
Sure, but we don't know what you did to it. That's the thing, right?
But
because we aren't there with you.
Let him answer. Go and answer if you want to finish with your answer, sir.
When I'm looking at this, I'm sliding the scale and it's increasing. So if you want numbers, I mean, I could have to write all these numbers down. What is it showing me? When did it start developing? When do I get the best clarity of it? Now, can I get a better clarity by going to a different type of enhancement? Like a desaturation. Black and white pictures gives you the best clarity of anything because it separates the color. So I used all to try to get the best contrast to see if I can understand what this is. And then that's how I was able to see that this, in my opinion, were finger marks in possible blood.
And in order to see the possible blood, you also had to change the tone and saturation, didn't you?
This picture here has no desaturation in it.
No desaturation?
But I did view it in desaturation.
Okay.
It did not give me the better clarity.
So you did affect the tone of the picture, is that correct?
Correct. I do a sliding scale and get to a certain number.
And you changed the color to make it more red and visible.
No, sir, that's not what it is.
No? That's not what you're doing here?
I changed the picture to get a better clarity and a better observation of what I'm viewing. It does change the color, but that's not what my purpose is. My purpose is to where I can get clarity on what it is I'm seeing.
The second page of the ID only exhibit, how did you manipulate this one?
As far as the second, are you talking about the second close-up? Because I do it in stages. I got the original picture, a little closer, and then even closer.
Yes, sir. The
Is this the
photograph
third
is
one?
on this. No, sir, it's the second one. The one on this one.
He should know which one it is.
One.
It's his pictures.
2, 3.
Microsoft Picture Manager
And that's why he's confused. We put that picture first.
hasn't had a new release since 2015.
You want to rearrange those to?
I don't know how they're supposed to go, Judge.
I can give the answer,
I
Judge.
think the witness described it as
Tell us-
picture
tell us
closer
the
and even
correct
closer.
Don't mind.
This is the original picture. That's what's in the crime scene file.
Like page 3, the collective exhibit?
Yes, sir. It's the third one.
All right.
This is the second one. This is after I've got the best clarity. I zoomed in. It saved it as that.
That's page 1 of the collective
That's
exhibit.
page 1. This picture here is just a closer zoom in of this. No changes between the two.
Which is page 2 of the collective.
Yes, sir. It's the same picture, just a little closer.
So all you've done is you've adjusted the zoom on
Between those two.
the third picture, which
Correct.
is actually the second picture.
No other change.
No other changes, none whatsoever. Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Sir, when you reviewed all of the crime scene photographs, do you believe the maroon-colored sheet to be in the position as it was found by the Chattanooga Police Department?
I have no idea. It was, the pictures what I have to go by is the body cam, which I observed and enhanced, and the crime scene pictures. So I had both to use. The body cam videos, I would have to go back and look. I don't know if it's exact, but I know a lot of different changes happened between the body cam and the sheet, and it involved the bed. So I would have to look again at the body cam pictures.
I'm asking about crime scene photographs.
Crime scene photographs, I couldn't tell you how it was, but that's how it was when it was documented when the crime scene pictures were taken.
Okay. Did you find a crime scene photograph that showed that sheet in a different position?
If I did, I do not remember. That was the best picture that I had, but it possibly could have been.
Possibly could have been,
Yes.
but you don't know.
If I see it, I might remember. I don't remember it right offhand.
And you're basing your opinion based upon the height that fingerprint is off of the floor, is that correct?
Couldn't just the height. I don't know how tall the bed was.
You don't know how tall the bed was at all?
It wasn't measured.
You didn't measure it during your 2 trips into the...
When I got there, the bed had been distorted. The foam mattress was partially moved over. So no, all of that had changed. Even the mattress heights would have been different.
So really, you can't render any opinion at all other than it looks like it might be fingerprints. The swipes. Swipes.
Not swipes. Transfers.
Transfers. Okay, transfers.
To me, when I enhanced the picture, I noticed the position where it was at. I went back and looked how it appeared in the body cam and stuff, and it's been a while. But to me, it looked like linear pattern stains, transfer stains, that in my opinion were finger marks. I
But you
can't
can't-
tell about the palm, but the finger marks.
You can't say who left them.
No, sir.
You can't say under what circumstances they were left.
No, sir.
You can't determine male or female.
No, sir.
You can't determine size.
There's no scale.
So all you could say is that there are linear blood transfers on a maroon sheet that you don't know if it was in the original position.
No, sir, that's not what I said. I said possible blood.
Possible blood. You don't even know.
It wasn't tested.
It wasn't tested. Let's talk about that. You are aware that that item was collected.
Correct.
And based upon your review and the generation of these, this collected exhibit for ID only, You, of course, made a recommendation that, hey, this is an important piece of evidence, right?
Oh, yes, very important.
And you conveyed that recommendation, right?
Conveyed it?
That, hey, this is an important piece of evidence that needs to be looked at, right?
Yeah, that was my opinion.
Sure, and did you share that opinion, is what I'm asking.
I sent the pictures to the attorney.
Sent the pictures to the attorney and said, hey, this is important?
Say, yeah, look at this.
Look at this. This is blood transfer,
This is
right?
important. It's a transfer stain, yes.
Transfer. You say, hey, I think it's possible blood transfer stains in this photograph that you sent to defense counsel.
Yes.
And you did that, of course, geez, a long time ago, didn't you?
No.
When did you do that?
When I saw the patterns that I saw when I visited in the bedroom, once I started getting the discovery, I started enhancing it. I went through, enhanced a lot of pictures. I didn't see it at first. So later on, I went back, and that was probably sometime last year. That I went and started concentrating solely on the bed.
Sure. So sometime last year being when?
That I don't remember. I mean, I might be on my time sheets and stuff, but that's about it.
Okay. Is it by email, letter, memorandum?
No, I showed it to him.
Showed it to him in person?
Yeah.
So he's had pictures for how long? Huh?
A day.
A day? You gave it to him yesterday?
Around that time, yes. We haven't printed on it.
I thought you said that it was last year.
That's when I started going through the photographs of Darby. But then, once it wasn't tested, it was a process of me seeing what was done with this thing.
When did you manipulate those photographs, sir?
I would have to look at the date. It was sometime in the last few months.
So at least a few months?
Yes.
You are aware, sir, that Jasmine Pace was in fact shackled and handcuffed, aren't you?
I've seen the photographs, yes.
You know how many times she was stabbed?
I've read the medical examiner report, yes, sir.
How many times?
It said in the report 60.
Okay. Are you aware that Jason Chen contaminated the crime scene?
Anybody went in that apartment contaminated the crime scene.
Including you?
Yes. The crime scene was released and complete when I read it. The keys were back in the possession
including you
of the family.
Including you, you said yes, right?
Correct.
Mr. Weiss, when he walked in with you?
Anybody that walked in that door.
That's right. Well, sir, I'm going to start showing you some photographs that are in evidence, okay?
Okay.
You described blood drops earlier. Can I have prosecution? Yes, sir.
Ooh, mood lighting. No necking, guys. No necking.
How would you describe the reddish stain that we see at the intersection of the two yellow, I guess, distance or length markers?
Just for the purposes of appeal, I have my exhibits as we're going through them.
Give me just a second, sir.
Yes, sir.
Question. To point it out, is there a pointer or do I need to?
Absolutely. I'll put your
I have it.
Let's get you a pointer. We're going to make this happen.
For the record, sir. This one is going to be Exhibit 149, 5. You would agree? Same photo on the screen?
Yes.
First page says 149.
Yes.
If you prefer to look at paper, you can do that too.
Okay.
Okay? How would you describe what we see right here? I'm circling it in green up on the screen.
Okay.
The substance right there. Based upon your training experience, what does that look like?
Without going into pulling up the lab results, it appears to be a blood stain.
Okay. A blood stain, would you describe it a drop?
The picture is not clear, but I will point this out. This is level, flat, and you've got a mark that runs down. Therefore, to do that, the blood had to come at some type of angle and then run down and pool on the flat surface. So I would classify that as an impact stain.
An impact stain?
Yes.
What, when you were testifying earlier this morning before the lunch hour, you described what cast off looks like. Do you recall that?
I described that here just a minute ago, I think.
Sure. Even before.
The linear patterns.
The linear patterns, that's right. But you described the shape of the individual drops when they impact, right? How would you describe that?
A cast-off stain is a blood drop that has force behind it instead of just drips, which is gravity. Something forced the blood drops off of an object, and they started traveling until they hit something, or gravity takes over and they start dropping. You'll see the angle change.
Sure.
On the bathroom stain, there was 2 or 3 drops that I could see clearly and determine a directionality, and a couple of them were different directions, indicating to me, and in my opinion, the linear stain was being developed, but some of the smaller blood stains were losing the velocity, so gravity took over and they started changing position.
Sure.
Now, as far as being a cast-off, it can be construed as one, but without further testing.
But would you describe it as perhaps a directional blood spatter? Would that be a different way to describe it, perhaps?
A directional blood spatter?
Yeah, blood spatter with direction.
Oh yeah, it indicates direction.
Indicating direction. Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
blood
what
spatter indicating direction.
Yeah, once it strikes something, it's in movement.
Sure.
So the stain is not going to end up as a 90 degree. It's going to have movement and travel, continue traveling in that same direction.
And when you have a droplet of blood with velocity behind it, right, obviously arcing because of the force of gravity pulling it back down. Right?
All of them don't arc. It's just this stain did. This stain did. Some of your even cast-offs can go low, can go high. It doesn't necessarily have to have an arc.
Even bullets have arcs, sir. Everything falls.
How high did it get first? What I'm saying is you don't know where the top of the arc is and it starts coming down.
Sure.
Some cast-offs are going to be straight because there's no height to it or decrease. Depending on the force and the distance, that's when you start losing the velocity of the stain.
In this case, where in the bedroom did you observe those blood spatters with direction indicated? In the bedroom now.
In the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Directionality, I believe it's probably just this.
Just that?
If I remember correctly.
And you did a thorough search of the crime scene when you were there those 2 times, right?
Not a thorough one, no, sir. I was there after CSU, observing what I saw, took pictures of what it looked like, kind of examined some things, but I did not know what the police had collected, where things had been. I did make observations, but as far as thorough searching, like picking the bed up and moving it around, I did not do that.
Did you see any blood spatter with direction indicated in the bedroom, other than what we see on the screen? Is
from what I remember right now, no.
The only room that had any appreciable amount of blood spatter with direction indicated was the bathroom. Isn't that right?
The only impact spatter in another room would have been just the bathroom because nothing was observed in any photographs from the other room.
Okay, fair enough. The next photo is 146-1. Okay. Do you recognize this location based upon your time that you spent in Mr. Chen's apartment?
Yes, you're standing in the doorway leading from the kitchen area into the bathroom, and you see the bedroom in the far distance.
And you do see the evidence marker sticks?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you describe the type of flooring that we see here in the bathroom area?
Tile.
Can you see the darkened areas of grout between the individual tiles?
Yes.
There?
Yes.
There? What does that indicate to you, sir?
And I saw that it appeared to be dry blood or possible blood.
Dry blood, possible blood.
Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. When you were in Mr. Chen's apartment, did you observe any, I guess, areas of carpet that had been removed?
Yes.
Where were those in this photograph?
There was a large swatch right here that was collected. You can see the underlayment when I was there.
Okay. Anywhere else?
Right in this area.
Number 6?
I guess it's on the carpet. It's that area, the transition from carpet to tile.
Okay. And those were, in fact, tested?
Yes.
And they were, in fact, blood?
Yes.
And they were Jasmine Pace's blood?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you another photograph from the bathroom. Okay?
Okay.
This is 179-1.
Correct.
Okay. What does it show?
You see stains, these here going in, for this purpose, to clarify, it's going in like the 11 o'clock position on clock. These here.
Sure.
This one looks to be going about the 10 o'clock position.
Let me see if I can zoom in and help.
Well, before you do, you see the rundown here?
The what?
The discolorization of the wall?
Sure.
That appears to be the blue star.
Blue star reagent?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to zoom in for you, okay? And you would agree, sir, that the blood spatter with that you just described is above and to the left the door frame that we can see in 179-1.
Correct.
Which would mean that it would be well over 6 feet off the ground.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Standard size door, you were there, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's not like it was a half door.
I agree with you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And the items that you described as potentially being blood spatter would be where?
Okay. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, here, 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 and a small cluster here of about 5 or 6.
And the kind of darker areas adjacent to those items, artifacts that you describe on the wall, is what you believe to be blue star reagent.
Yes, that's what blue star normally looks like after use and it dries.
And the red stuff on the wall is what blood looks like when it normally dries, right?
Yes. Unless it was tested and confirmed to be blood, it appeared to be blood.
Okay. Just like it appears to be blue star reagent.
Correct.
Didn't qualify with any kind of possible blue star. You said it was blue star, right?
That's my opinion. That's what it is. Yes, sir.
And it's also your opinion that that's blood, right?
I believe so.
Thank you, sir. You would agree, sir, that the general direction that all of those blood spatters indicate points down towards the opening of the door.
These here came from this direction.
Mm-hmm.
This one's slightly different. This one's slightly different. If you can, there's a technique they use to pull strings off of stones, but you actually have to physically be there to do it,
sure,
to get the angle, right, and the directionality, and so you can position. What I observe is these two stones are prominent. This one's starting to slightly drop off. This one's dropping off. Some of these, I can't measure, but they could be 70 to 90 degree impact stains.
Sure, and that could be indicative, as you testified just a little bit ago, of them being small and gravity.
These here, yes.
Mm-hmm.
When they get closer to 70 and 90 degrees, then the source is now closer or lower in parallel to those stains. So can I tell you how they were developed? I can tell you they was different from the others. You see these little dots here? You can't measure them but they're more 70 to 90 degrees, which means the source these are coming from is coming more straight than it is an arc. Now, there's multiple reasons that can happen.
Mm-hmm.
all I can tell you is these things here are coming from down, it's going this direction, and this direction. Now those are changing because of the velocity and the gravity.
They don't have as much momentum because they're lighter.
That's what it appears to me.
Okay, in your expert opinion.
Yes, sir.
Okay, in blood pattern analysis.
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, sir. Let me zoom out. Okay. And you would agree, sir, if we go back, where the direction is indicated, we put it in close proximity to where? If we continued on the arc down to the ground.
It's going to be up here. Now, you're trying to position it? I can't tell you the position.
No, I'm asking if we continue to draw that line down the wall.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it would go down across the doorway.
Okay, down to the direction of evidence marker 6, right?
I'm trying to understand that question.
Sure. If we continue that line down, you would agree, sir, it would get in fairly close proximity to in between 6 and 7, correct?
It's going to be close, but you have to take into consideration, you've got trim around that door.
Sure.
It stands out maybe a half inch. I'd have to measure trim, it's been a while.
So maybe it would be closer to 5 because you've got a shadow of the trim, right?
To say yes, it would come closer to 5 than it was 6.
Closer to 5.
Because you've got the door framing.
Absolutely. That makes perfect sense to me, sir. It really does. So it would be closer to that large, dark area of the tile and grout right there in the center.
Again, without probably measuring them and getting a better idea of this, I would have to say this general area.
Okay, which would be the bathroom.
In the doorway area of the bathroom.
Sure. Doorway area of the bathroom is where you believe
It can't be the doorway because of the trim.
direction of those blood spatter with direction.
The blood couldn't have gone through the door jam and then hit the wall.
I'm classifying them as impact stains.
Impact stains with force behind them indicating direction.
Can I give a solid opinion that cast off? No.
I'm not asking you if they're cast off, sir. But they're impact stains with direction indicated.
Which is?
I need to write that down.
Which is blood drops with some type of force.
Exactly. Which could have come from, say, repeated stabbing.
Could have come from anything.
But that's one of the possibilities.
That's one of the possibilities.
And you described it as impact, and I just want to make sure I get it.
That's the clarification we use in our standard definitions.
Impact stain with direction. Thank you, sir. I'd like to talk with you very briefly about crime scene contamination.
Okay.
Sir, in your expert opinion, would a crime scene be contaminated by removing a deceased person from the scene of a homicide?
Most definitely.
So that's contamination. Were you aware that that's what Jason Chen did in this case?
Yes.
Would you agree that cleaning up blood with isopropyl alcohol would be contaminating the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
How about cleaning up blood with hydrogen peroxide?
Yes.
Also contamination. Were you aware that Mr. Chen did both of those things?
I think there was a bottle of hydrogen peroxide there.
Were you aware, sir, that Mr. Chen had purchased throughout the course of the 23rd of November numerous bottles of hydrogen peroxide?
I think of Walmart and Walgreens videos. Mm-hmm. And I also observed the items on this couch or futon or whatever with items on it.
I think it was a futon. Yes,
futon, yeah.
I believe it was. I think it's been referred to as couch, but I do believe it was futon. Sir, would you agree that disposing of a murder weapon contaminates the crime scene?
Yes. And that's part of what I was mentioning. Things were brought in and things were taken out. It's included.
Sure. Would you agree, sir, that remaining at the scene of a crime and walking around in it for a period of a day and a half would contaminate the crime scene?
Walking through it one time contaminates it.
Sure. Were you aware that from the 23rd to the 25th, Mr. Jason Chen was in his apartment?
I believe that I'm unsure of being absolute as far as how long it was before he left, but I know there was a period of time.
If you were to learn that through the testimony of an expert that Mr. Chen departed for Nolensville, Tennessee on the 25th, and that his cell phone his cell phone is showing a consistent location of 110 Tremont Street, that area. If he was indeed in that apartment for that day and a half, it would contaminate the crime scene further than what we have already talked about.
Correct. Anytime someone goes in or comes out, you've got a chance of losing or gaining additional stuff.
Would you agree that wheeling a suitcase? Would you agree that wheeling a suitcase through a bloody crime scene?
Yes, and I tried to see if I could see those patterns.
But you
because of the wheels.
Because the cleanup job was so thorough.
I wouldn't say that.
You didn't see track marks. No further questions.
Right. Just a brief regress.
We're not done yet.
In
All this
the,
outside the presence of the jury.
Pictures of the maroon sheet bedspread, you said you changed the brightness, contrast, and tone.
That's what's being observed in the photographs here. The desaturation removes all color. And depending on the scale, how much you use it, it goes to completely black and white. I did that just to see if I can see anything better or additional. I couldn't, so I did not use the desaturation.
Is that something that is part of a crime scene reconstruction expert's job?
That's a broad field. It's a tool I use to examine hidden blood. I try to see what doing this lets me see better. Sometimes a picture can tell you one thing, but there's additional information there.
So the defense said in opening that Jason Chen killed Jasmine Face in his bedroom, and after he blacked out, and then coming to.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. That fact's not in evidence.
I said this.
I think it's just, you can use a hypothetical. You can say hypothetically.
Hypothetical. If Jason Chen killed Jasmine Face in the bedroom, and he crawled to the bathroom. Well, first off, before he crawled to the bathroom, if he killed Jasmine Face with a knife in the bedroom, would and we heard from Dr. Cogswell about the injuries, would that cause a lot of blood?
The injuries?
Yes.
Most definitely.
Would it have covered Jason in a lot of blood?
I believe he would have had. Oh yes, yes, he would have.
Would he have been saturated?
Very, very good chance, and different parts, depending on where the saturation is, it could be from the top of his head down to his feet. You never know because you don't know the positioning and the changing of position, what's going on to cause such things. As I said, impact stains are projected blood. Any movement of a bloody object has a potential to leave that object.
So if he crawls to the bathroom and he's covered in blood and say he takes off his shirt, could it cause those stains that you and General Moyle saw there in the bathroom?
Without more information on these things, there is a wide variety of things that could have caused that stain, including clothing, a cut on your arm, removing something or moving, and just hypothetical. If he is moving Jasmine, her body is moving also. It could have, it's kind of high for that, but there's different things that could have caused that.
Just one moment. No further questions.
All righty. Have we heard enough, Judge?
You think, sir,
HQ double stuff.
Fingerprints can be taken from fabric like the bedspread.
Welcome to the gallery.
When I teach or discuss, you never know until you try. But in this case, with the coloring of this and what I can assume the texture is, I would be surprised if ridge detail comes out. But you might be able to get a good indication of the size of the hand, the width, the length, the width of the fingers. You could I think you would be able to get additional information if the TBI had processed this.
Can you redirect or recross based on what I asked?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Thank you.
Sloth Life, thanks for gifting the membership.
Beyond what's already been argued.
No, Your Honor.
I do find, as I said before, that Mr. Lawrence can be called as an expert in the field of blood spatter, blood stain pattern analysis, and interpretation, as well as crime scene reconstruction. He can give an opinion regarding how the evidence was poorly collected in this case, in terms of where the actual stabbing occurred, meaning that he can't just talk about random, unconnected aspects of the crime scene if it doesn't go to the issue that is at issue, which is whether this was a heat of passion killing or premeditated, which means that he can testify as to whether or not there were drag marks. He can testify as to whether or not possible sizes of the finger, things that look like they came from fingers, could have been examined further. I don't see how the cast-off is relevant or is helpful to the jury in this case, since he said it could have come from a towel or from stabbing. However, it's connected enough to the other issues so we can testify about cast-off and what it means. And of course, as we talked about earlier, he can testify as to whether or not the blue star reaction came from whether or not his opinion is that it was the size of it was caused by contamination and people tracking through. Again, he won't be able to testify as to any physiological opinion about the position of the body, Jasmine's body, when it was stabbed.
There was one more, Your Honor. It was the differences in the scenes that he documented when Officer Creighton and Grayson went through versus when CSU went through. He developed a PowerPoint that has been provided to the defense because it was shown in the suppression hearing and they had access to it then, of the differences between them.
Okay, so that's something you don't need an expert for. A lay witness can certainly point out those differences. You can do it through this witness if you wish. Is there any type of, I don't think there's any type of opinion you can give about that though?
No, I just want to make sure that that was a permissible
line of inquiry. Certainly. Okay. As far as the opinion aspects, they're limited to what I said. Drag marks, whether or not the hand print, the print that looked like it came from a hand could have been used to develop measurements, cast off, and the blue star reaction, how it came from, in his opinion, contamination rather than whether or not the victim was actually killed in the rooms with lit up blue star.
And is there any limiting, may I ask just, Mr. Lawrence, what did you do as part of your investigation?
Yes, you can certainly ask him that for sure. And
Kim, thank you very much. Gift another membership.
I'm sure there are lots of things that any investigator can testify to. The pictures that he took, that's fact testimony. You can certainly testify to that. As far as the opinions, they're limited to what the ruling momentarily ago was It's limited.
I don't want to mess up.
All right.
May I just clarify?
Yes, sir.
I may ask him about what he did as part of his investigation. And regarding and I can ask him about his factual questions about the differences he saw versus the body cam versus the CSU pictures. But then regarding to the evidence, I may ask him about how we believe the evidence was collected poorly. And he can say there were no drag marks. He can talk about the possible sizes of the fingers that could have been examined further. He can say that a stabbing actually occurred.
Sorry, the last part?
He can say that a stabbing actually occurred. Is that
A stabbing actually occurred?
Is that what the court said at the first?
No, but I think that he can factor that into his opinion. I think everyone agrees that that's what happened.
He can testify regarding the bathroom.
The cast-off aspect.
The cast-off aspect.
Is that correct?
And as it relates to everything that General Moyer went through with him, I would assume.
Cross-examination goes.
Yes.
Well, the things we just talked about, and also the fact that the blue star effect was caused from contamination, not from, you can't necessarily conclude that's where the attack happened. You can certainly say that.
And then you can talk about the contamination.
Right. Contamination as far as the blue star effect being caused from contamination, not necessarily where the victim was bleeding or the defendant was carrying blood.
You can't give an opinion about, you can give an opinion about that Investigator Crawford is, or he believes him to be incorrect, exactly, that Jasmine Case was killed in the bathroom. His opinion is that no investigator can say that for sure.
Yes.
And then the court is excluding or limiting the witness from testifying about the position of the body, Jasmine Case.
Yeah, not limiting, excluding. Yes.
Understood. Excluding that. And then excluding the defensive wounds, living remarks, or anything about the body material.
Correct.
Okay. That's the way that I understand it.
All right. Parties ready to proceed? Need a break?
Need a break.
We're ready to go, Judge. We've had several breaks.
We've been in session for this issue for a while. It's, all right. We'll be back at 4:15.
All right, we're going to take just a tiny breather. Everyone stand up and stretch. We are through. The judge has made a decision. The decision was a cautious one. It was well thought out. It was after listening to extensive testimony and witness testimony, or argument and testimony. And finally he says, okay, we are going to allow you to testify on some things and not on others. Now we get to redo what we just heard. And sometimes when we hear it the second time, it's a lot more spicy. Sometimes when we hear it in a proffer, it's just like skimming the tip of the iceberg. And then when they get into the actual testimony, they like go for the jugular. That's a bad example here. But now where the jury's going to be brought back in, and we're going to go through those same steps with the witness being declared a expert in those areas. The judge says he's got the proper credentials. It matches up, and he's going to be allowed to testify in these specific areas. So I think that's good. I think it would have opened the door. I always had that big question mark of an appeal if this expert was not allowed in. So I think the argument that Mr. Weiss made, especially towards the latter end of his argument with the judge, was effective in saying that this is a rebuttal witness, and that he's going to talk about the blood and everything else. I think that worked. That resonated with the judge, and I think the judge made the right call there. A little crazy. It's a little long way around to get here, but we're here finally. Oh, I'm on top chat for some reason. Have I been missing some of your chats? Kim, happy Saturday. Hit the like and subscribe. It's free. It's free. Can we sum up what he can testify to specifically? Just rewind just a minute, because the judge just barely said it. And he said it better than I could. Chat messages not showing on screen. That's terrible. It's like I've messed up here. Okay, there's Kim R's message. Thank you. Let me go back and get a couple of the last ones I've had on the screen during this testimony, which I didn't know you couldn't see. Kim R, happy Saturday. Hit like and subscribe. It's free. Kim gifted a membership. HQ Double Stuff, welcome to the gallery. Great to have you here. Love that light blue courthouse. Sloth Life gifted a membership as well. Mindy, welcome to the gallery. Don, welcome to the gallery. Little Lulu, welcome to the gallery. Glad to have new friends here. And Larly Annie gifted a membership as well. I think that's where we left off. We got Larly Annie. Larly Annie's been really active on the membership and the gifting side. Also super chat there. Can we get to 1,000 likes for Scott working on Saturday? I'm not sure if we want to do this as a regular basis thing, but we're already up to 702 on that front. So thank you very much for that. All right, we're gonna have a little segue. I'm gonna do a segue. I'm calling it here. It's an audible. Let's see. All right, because the jury has been so good here, waiting and waiting and waiting. We're going to jump into, where's the right one? Yeah, why is it not showing up? Library. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. I think it's called The Jury's Call. The Jury's Call. We're going to play this one because it's The Jury's Call here in just a minute. First I need to mute my other one. Wait for it. Let's mute that guy. Okay.
Listen close now, jurors, with your open minds. You'll face the facts and leave your doubts behind. In the court you'll call to see what's true and right. Through the twists and turns you must bring light. Innocent or guilty, the choice is in your hand. You'll weigh the evidence and make a stand. No bias or favor, just the law and proof. In the hallowed hall you'll seek the truth. Oh, the jury's call, duty to fulfill. Every word and witness through the quiet and thrill. Oh, the jury's call, guide us through the night. Find the justice waiting in the morning light. Oh, in your hearts let justice gently grow. Facts and reason guide the seeds you sow. Of the witnesses, memories of the scene. Through your wisdom, keep the verdict clean. Deliberation time will come, you'll take a seat. Discuss the trial's turn and who will face defeat. No pressure or haste, give your thoughts a voice. In the room today, you've got to make a choice. Oh, the jury's call, duty to fulfill. Every word and witness through the quiet and thrill. Oh, the jury's call, guide us through the night. Find the justice waiting in the morning light. Oh, the jury's call, duty to fulfill. Every word and witness through the quiet and thrill. Oh, the jury's call, guide us through the night. Find the justice waiting in the morning light. Guide the seeds you sow. Oh, the jury's call, duty to fulfill. Every word and witness through the quiet and thrill. Oh, the jury's call, call, guide us through the night. Find the justice waiting in the morning light.
There we go. The jury's call. We are calling the jury back to the courtroom here in just a little bit as we let them get to hear a little bit of what we've got to listen to. The jury should be coming back right about now. Or Mr. Chen, maybe. If you watched Dateline last night, they did a special on I was going to say on Martha Jane, but they did a special on the Melody Ferris trial. A big part of that was Martha Jane, and I haven't watched it yet, but if the trailer is anything to be believed, they put a lot of emphasis on a moment that we were quite connected to in that trial, where Martha Jane was watching our live stream of the trial and my commentary, and I said something on the live stream saying, I think this is what they're going to say. I think they're going to say that the gun was stolen from Martha Jane's house, and that's where she got the gun. And that wasn't what they were going to say. But apparently, Martha Jane knew that her gun had been stolen and hadn't told the police.
Just so I understand, Your Honor, so I think the jury was excused during the ordeal. So how will the court proceed?
I'll recognize him as an expert, and then you can proceed with your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, understood.
I was not mentioned. They cut me completely out of it, and that's fine.
Yes, Your Honor, state's ready.
Yes, sir.
A screenshot of our live stream is already entered in evidence in that trial, so it's not like I'm looking for credit anywhere. They couldn't afford me.
Not really. You don't have to, but everyone else is.
They edited out Martha Jane's interview to not cover how she found out or how she came to the conclusion that she needed to say something.
Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. As we talked about from day one, pretty much. There were times when we need to take matters outside your presence. Sometimes they're not significant. Sometimes they are very significant. This was one of those times. We're ready to proceed now. At this point, the court will recognize the witness, Mr. Johnny Lawrence, an expert in the field of crime scene reconstruction and bloodstain pattern analysis and interpretation.
Mr. Lawrence, did the defense counsel reach out to you regarding this case?
Reached out to our company. I'm not sure how, but I received an email on December 7th, 2022.
And once your business was retained, what did you do?
I personally talked to you by phone, and you advised me that you had access to Mr. Chen's apartment and wanted to know what I thought and what should be done.
So what you did?
I asked you basically, how long did you have it? I'm going to have it. And he said, didn't know. So I said, well, we need to see if we can get in there and so I can see the scene. I like to physically go to the scenes when I can. I want some documentation or observation, maybe.
So at any point, did you go to 110 Tremont Street?
I did. On December the 9th, 2022, I met several people there, and myself with my co-worker, Stephanie Alexander, we did enter the apartment of Jason Chen at 210, apartment 210.
And what did you do on that day?
I took photographs, visual observation. When I talk about visual observations, when I go into a crime scene, I stop. I want to visually see everything there. Now, This is after the fact of the police investigation. I want the scene to tell me something. So I meticulously go through there, observing, and I take photographs, even though they're not like the police department. I want to photograph what I've got. So I started taking photographs, observations, looking around.
So can you go through what you did and how you did it?
When we walked in, myself and Miss Alexander actually went through the apartment. But one thing I noticed when I went in, and everybody was in, the door shut off by itself. And the story was that I had received was different than that. So that was an observation that clicked. So I started taking photographs in the apartment, and this is more of what they call a loft. You've got a living room, it turns into a kitchen, it goes into a bathroom, it goes into a bedroom. One way in and out, which is the front door, but because of codes, regulations, you've got to have an emergency way out also. So there's a patio door in the bedroom with it's not a balcony, it's railings. But if there's an emergency, you can escape through there if the front door is blocked. So that was my observation of the layout. So I carry an LED flashlight with me, and I do what we call cross light. Because when you shine a light on something specific, it might bleed it out. It may wash it out. So what you want to do is a cross light, and that means hold the light down, shooting across what you're looking at instead of straight down. Therefore, you can see patterns. You see a lot better. You can actually see dust on the floor that way. And when I started doing that, I started seeing what looked like bloodstains. I say looked like bloodstains because I had no idea what the police had done, but with my experience, it appeared to be blood. And I started seeing wiping marks. Now there's two different types of wiping marks. It's considered a transfer stain. And what I mean by transfer is blood has come from one object to another object. So it's transferring from one to the other. You've got wipe stains, and then you have swipe stains. So just put an S in front of the wipe. The difference is this. If there's liquid on this counter, and I run something through it, or my hand, that is considered a wipe. I'm wiping that stain. A swipe stain is if you have blood on the object, and the counter didn't, then you're swiping it onto the counter. So that's the difference if I mentioned wipe and swipe. But it's considered a type of transfer stain. I was seeing marks similar to wipes and swipes on the floor with what appeared to be blood. In the living room, in the area starting around the futon. I then progressed on into the kitchen area and then saw several more. And then into the bathroom, which the bathroom floor appeared clean, but there's grout marks. Anytime you got tile, you got grout. It is very hard to clean up grout, as most people will know. And I saw what appeared to be dried blood within the grout marks of the bathroom. Now, this was photographed, and I also photographed some impact stains that was on the wall as you're walking into the bathroom. It's to the left, but on the farthest wall.
What are
the
impact
towel
stains?
I'm sorry?
What are impact stains?
Impact stains, surprisingly, it's a blood drop, just like dripping on the floor, but it has some type of force behind it. And when I mean force, something is moving that blood. A good example is if you cut your hand and you're standing at it with your hand down, you're going to have drip stains. The stains look circular, sometimes like a bottle. Well, some of you might not know, but in the old days we had bottle caps. If you flatten them out, they had like a little star. Your 70 to 90 degree blood drops are going to cause that kind of stain, which means there's no movement in those drops. But as you walk and your arm moves and you move, any drops are coming down and you've got force behind it because when they hit, they're going to move, giving you an indication which direction they're going. They're going to form a tail pointing to which direction the blood stain's going. So the stains on the wall in the bathroom looked like impact stains with showing some directionality on some and possibly 70 to 90 degree stains in another area in the same location. Then I proceeded into the bedroom. Now, I am taking pictures. The kitchen and living room is very low light. It looked like a blue light bulb had been put into the floodlight area. Very low light. So I was having to use my flashlight a lot. But once I come into the bathroom, it was like any typical bathroom, well lit, and the bedroom had lights well lit. So those were different. So when I stood in the bathroom taking pictures into the bedroom, I could see some blood saturation stains. Now, what is a saturation stain? It's the living room is hardwood, the bathroom is tile. If blood falls on it, it's not going to absorb into the floor or the tile because it's a solid object. It can change direction because blood is going to flow, or any liquid actually, it's going to flow with the least resistance. So if the floor is not level, you're going to have blood flow going to the lower part until it gets to a part that can't go any further. So when it hits that tile, it will pool. A pool of blood is a continuous amount of blood that's going to pool up like a water puddle. It has nowhere to saturate to. But in the bedroom, it's different. You have carpet. Carpet will absorb the blood. Now, it's going to distort the stains because it's absorbing, and it's going to start spreading. Like if you've ever used a paper towel or something, you put it on a wet object, you see it growing. The water is growing. That's what happens when blood hits an absorbent object. There was a stain directly in front of me, and there was an area, I don't remember what the marker numbers was, but it had been cut out of the carpet. You can see the blue underlayment. So police had gathered that. That looks like an evidence collection. The bed is on the left, and I could partially see some blood. It really didn't tell me nothing at that time. But the reason I'm taking pictures is so when I get back to my office, I can enhance the pictures. I can make them clearer to me. I can desaturate them, enhance them to where it brings clarity, and you can actually see better that you can't see physically looking at it. So I documented all this in the pictures. Again, I had no idea what had happened previously with the police department. I did not receive anything from the police department or through Mr. Wise until almost mid-2023. So this is like working a puzzle without a box top.
So now he remembers when he got evidence.
You have to question everything and proceed with your investigation as if everything is related. So I documented everything. Once we left there, eventually I went back to Nashville and I started looking at these pictures by enhancing. First I make a copy. I take what my pictures are, I make a second copy, put my copy on a drive to get it off my computer so I don't accidentally hit the wrong one. But then I use my working copy of photographs to enhance it, one by one. I bring up the picture, I will add color, delete color, I will turn it into what they call desaturation. You remove all color of a picture. So it's black and white, like the old days when it's black and white, which gives you better clarity on contrasting surfaces. Like a dark floor, if it's blood, it's going to be dark, so you might not see everything. But when you enhance it, desaturate it, it's going to stand out more. One thing that caught my attention was in the bedroom, as you're walking in, there is a stain just to the left on the floor next to the bed. It's kind of faint looking when you physically see it, but it laid under the bed. So I said, something ain't right about this. Why would the bed be back over that stain? Because again, I don't know what the police had already done. So I moved the bed. Oh, I'm sorry. I went back to the scene 5 days later because I had some questions. We still had access to the apartment. I went in and I moved the bed. And I saw the saturation stains on the floor. And it helped me a little bit because the positioning of the furniture was still like it was. So I saw saturation on the floor, under the bed, but I also saw markings on the wall. Did not appear to be blood, but there was some type of markings, dark colored markings on that wall where the headboard was. I can see wipes, swipes, but I can also see movement. I can't say if it's wipes or swipes, but there's movement on that wall. And it's visible once I did get discovery, it is visible in the pictures the police department has.
Didn't know
That
he moved the
instantly
bed.
told me
That's
something
new.
happened right here. I don't know what. I don't know what the police already know. But it stretched up 3 to 4 feet. So I don't know what's touching the wall, coming into contact with it, but it's something I need to look at further. So once the bed is moved, I took some pictures of that. We left, and I turned the key into the apartment management company. It was at a different location, and we left.
Did you do any other inspections or evaluations or examinations within the apartment other than those 2 times?
No, there was a lot of things I could tell the police had looked at, done, just about observation.
What did you see that the police had done?
They searched. They took the trap out from under the sink, and the garbage disposal. I actually took a picture showing my hand under the hose to show it's not there. They collected a lot of evidence, and now those evidence was gone because that's part of their investigation. So I noticed that. There was really nothing I saw that stood out except there's a counter, and I don't know what they would consider, but there was wine bottles all over it. Most of them not even used. I think all of them were not even used. But I was curious about it. I've got pictures, but nothing was processed or anything.
Were you aware, or could you tell that
We're hearing a lot you didn't mention
the
before.
police department or the crime scene unit had used Blue Star?
Yes.
What is Blue Star?
I'm old. In the old days, we used a chemical called aluminum. You put it with a spray bottle. You put it in a spray bottle and mix it with distilled water. You want to use distilled water because tap water sometimes has iron in it, which is a reaction from aluminum and Blue Star, depending on where you live. Blue Star, they mixed Blue Star up, and I saw indications of Blue Star had been sprayed in the bathroom where those stains are. And the way you can tell is it's a discolorization on the wall, and once it hits it, if there's a lot of liquid, it's going to start running. And you can see those run marks in the
Did that conclude your examination, or was there anything else of interest that you found during your investigation within the apartment?
As in all cases, I had many questions, but I knew I wasn't going to get answers until I started getting the discovery. So it was, I did go back in January, but not in the apartment. But after that, it was several months before the discovery started coming in, and I started seeing exactly how the scene was worked. And the way I work a scene, I want to put myself as first person. One of the best tools we have now is body cams. So I wanted to look at the body cam videos of the 2 officers that went in first, because that gives me a perspective before anything happened. And then the crime scene pictures. So that's how I started my investigation once I got the discovery.
We're going to finally see the body cam.
Can be contaminated?
It is very rare you're going to hit a crime scene that is not contaminated, because depending on the size of the area, how many people have been in there, if they've taken anything, if they've left anything, and you do leave stuff. Even officers, it's unavoidable. That's why wear boots and you wear a suit, Tyvek suit, because just walking in there, you're going to leave something. DNA is so sensitive now. But you have things that are not there, and then you have to wonder, is it because it was collected? So you want to look at the inventory of what was collected.
You said you watched the body cam video of the 2 officers that went in?
I did.
Is that proper police protocol to enter into an apartment like that?
Yes.
And even though that can contaminate the scene?
It doesn't matter. Life comes first. You have to do what you have to. That takes high priority. You got to verify nobody's injured or hurt in there.
What was your understanding based on the discovery and evidence that you received about third parties or the Case family entering into the apartment?
When I first got involved in this, I had a very brief summary of information. And that was, there was a missing woman, Miss Pace. The family was looking for her. They ended up on Tremont. They knocked on the door and the door opened up. This is the information I had in 2022. Entry was made. There was a 911 call, and on that call it was described as being...
Objection, hearsay.
That was hearsay, and we've already had a conversation about that.
Sustained unless it goes to the opinions that he can render later.
You don't need to talk about the context of that one, but please continue.
At a different time, the police had, I guess, enough information to obtain search warrants. And then they went back with different officers, went to Tremont, entered the apartment with a search warrant. And that's when their investigation began.
And did the crime scene units, the Chen Police Department, take pictures of the scene?
Yes, inside and out.
Did you come to have the occasion to compare the body cam to those pictures?
Best way to describe this is if any of you have seen the Blair Witch Project. It's a movie.
Just a yes or no.
Where it's first-person view. The camera's constantly moving. You will get vertigo watching that over and over. You're going to feel sick. When I watched the body cam videos, there were two, which I enjoyed this because now I'm getting two perspectives of what's going on. It's capturing the other officers. I'm seeing what is progressing through the scene. But I started getting vertigo because the more you watch it, the constant moving of the camera is going to make you feel like an amusement ride. So you're going to feel dizzy.
He's got to be getting paid by the hour.
I have learned through my investigations, I want still pictures of those body cams. We have a digital forensics unit in our company. We took the body cams after I marked it because in the body cams you have pre-enter of the apartment and post-enter of the apartment. I wanted from the time the door opened up to the went in until it came out. Now that is thousands of pictures off of a body cam. So we transferred the video to still pictures. The way that helps is I can go through, click through each individual picture. If it's dark, I can take that, make a copy, and enhance it where I can lighten it up and you can see more. But why is this important? Because I'm seeing what the police saw the very first time they crossed over that threshold in the apartment. So I'm seeing now what the scene looks like as they first enter. Crime scene pictures won't tell you that, never do, because of some reason or another. But the body cam pictures is my best view of what happened, not what happened, but what the scene shows you. So then I take the pictures, I go through them, and then I start looking at the crime scene pictures. That was there when the CSI got there and they started doing their thing.
Where's the objection here?
When you watch the body cam video, you see certain things. You don't see everything. You might have thought you did, but there's going to be something that you didn't see. Turning them into stills, I can go through each picture and identify, not identify, but say, look, I see this, and I can zoom in, zoom out.
Tom, this is awesome.
But it gives you better clarity of what you've got. But once I started looking at the crime scene pictures, I said, wait a minute, that ain't what I saw on the body cam.
The question was, did you have a chance to view the body camera footage?
Whoa. Something happened between the officers entering and the crime scene people getting there, taking their pictures to document. Now, crime scene personnel, once they get there, they have no control what happened prior. Only once they get there. They have the same. So what I did is, when you try to explain this, you don't get the point across. So I made a PowerPoint, body cam pictures to the photographs of the scene. And there was numerous things observed in this that was different.
Can we have defense laptop, please? Sure.
I think we've got a PowerPoint. We're going to do a comparison before and after images. I don't think we're going to do the full body cam footage.
Mr. Lawrence, if you could turn around for us and tell the jury what we see on the left and what we see on the right.
Okay. I do it this way so you can cross-reference and go and find what it is that I'm showing you. This here is the information off of the body cam. Shows you the date, the time. And I'm not a computer expert, but I believe that is UTC time. I'm telling you the difference. It's an Action Body Cam 3 with the serial number. This is body cam video on the left. This is crime scene pictures on the right. As you can see, the cabinets are closed, but why are they open? Then you see items on the table, boxes. Look at the position of the table. Now look at it here. Table moved, items on the table. Look at the couch. You've got paper towels. You've got a Nike bag. You can see the paper towels barely under the Nike bag. But the Nike bag is now on top. This is also, and I'm sorry if I butcher his name, but I think it's Bracestead. This is his video. Like I said, there's two body cams. I'm using Officer Bracestead's here. It's crime scene photo 61 that was taken by the police. This here. This is the crime scene picture number 61. One quick thing. See these lights here? These are your floodlights. These are the ones that's got the blue tint to them.
Advance slide, please, Mr. Weiss.
I'm going to move to the next slide. Can you tell us the differences that you see here?
This is the second officer. They're slowly coming into the apartment. Again, the items on the table compared to the items on the table. There's your items on the couch compared to the items on the couch. This is photograph 63. You see how the tint of the room has changed? It's low light. So the body cam is trying to adjust to get proper light. That's why sometimes I have to enhance it to get a clearer view. This picture is a great picture because it shows, it's the crime scene picture taken by the crime scene people. And it's very detailed.
With the flash.
And again, the cabinets that are open, items on the couch and the items on the table, and that the table's been moved.
You need an expert for
What
this.
differences do we see here? And what part of the apartment are we in?
Okay, he's standing in front of the front door looking to his right. This is computer desk, computer chair. This is the time. He's moving in. It's probably just seconds different. This is the crime scene picture. Look how the chair is positioned. Again, this is from when the officers went in that night until the crime scene pictures were taken. Items on the desk. Items on the desk. This is just the top of the shoe, and you'll see another frame of this in a minute showing the shoes and boxes are moved or missing. And this is crime scene photograph 67. This is the flashlight again, low light, so he's using an LED flashlight so he can see us up around.
There's been a lot of mentions of a smell of marijuana. I should have asked you this earlier. When you were in the apartment, did you smell marijuana?
Didn't smell it, no, sir.
Did you see any indication of marijuana use?
In my day, I don't remember, but there was what they call a bong, some kind of a glass or vial or something people use.
Do you see it in this picture?
Right there on the desk.
My day.
I don't see it in this one. Well, unless it's that. But if you're just looking at these pictures, you don't see it. Now I'm standing, this is the opening into the kitchen. Again, the time has changed. You see where his flashlight is hidden? That's the bathroom, and that's the bedroom. Now, the difference here is, again, the kitchen's got low light. The bedroom light is well lit. So is the bathroom. But the curtains and blind position, look at the opening there compared to the opening here. You've got a curtain here, but you've got glass here. The doors on the cabinets, they're open here. One of them is open here, the rest of them are closed. The position
he's
of the
wrong.
clothing on the floor, the pair of underwear.
That's no curtain.
It's changed position, and a lot of these have changed position.
He's mistaken the darkness of the outside
Items on the floor was
with the curtain.
really concerning to me, because how are these things getting moved? Why are they changing position? Again, this is crime scene photograph 81.
I just don't see
What do we
it.
see here?
Maybe
Standing in the bathroom, and I'm taking pictures of the bedroom.
Sure looks
Again, the
similar.
body cam, the Curtains and blinds position. Position items on the bed. You've got something white. You've got something red. Pillow on the bed right here. It's a pillow with a black pillowcase on it.
Missy, welcome.
Position of items on the floor. Now I am duplicating what I'm saying, but it's just to help you understand. These doors are closed. Look at these items here. I don't know what that is, but it's not here. Items on the floor, doors closed, curtains and blinds have changed. You see the cord hanging down, the glass now. This is the red curtain that is closed.
Okay, he's right there.
This is crime scene photograph number 93. Again, from the bathroom into the bedroom, curtains and blinds, position items on the floor, pillow. That's important because of what we find here in a minute. This is the crime scene picture. Where's the pillow? Now you've got what looks like a knife blade. You've got this kind of still in the same position. This is here. But now there's a notebook on top. You have a notebook that's been added. You can't see these items in this picture. But you got the pillow on the bed, position items on the floor, position items on the bed, curtains and blinds position. This is photograph number 97.
This laser pointer's all over this page.
Now I'm standing at the foot of the bed. That's your pillow. Items position. The drawer is open on the little side dresser. Items on the floor here. Knife on the bed. Pillows are stacked on top of each other over here. The underwear is here, but you can't really see them in that picture. This is picture 102. Same picture on the left, but I changed this to get a different perspective. You've got the knife added, pillow moved, notebook added.
Sorry, go ahead.
Paper bag here, I don't see it here either. Plastic bag. Now look at the cabinets here. They're pushed in. Items on the floor are either missing or moved. And there's a towel here, which I did not see in the body cam. This is photograph 107. That's your front door. Standing behind the futon looking at the television. Again, it shows the items on the table. Now you see a better picture of the shoes and the boxes. The door's closed. To keep it open, we would have to prop it open just so it stays open. It's like a hotel room door or something, but you open it, you go in, boom, slap behind. This is the other officer. I cannot remember his name right now. All of these body cams, pictures are coming from Officer Bradstead. Picture number 65. The door closed, shoes in box position, items on the table. There's your boxes. See, you've got a reddish brown box with a white tag, but here you've got a white. It could be the same box turned over, but it's different from the crime scene picture. You've got white boxes here. You can't really, there's other pictures, but I don't know if you got clarity on that. But the shoes boxes change position, the door's closed, the chair is facing a different direction, like you noticed when we first come in. And you can see the items on the table. I don't really see the bottom there.
AMC, welcome to the jury. Thank you, my friend.
Anything else, Mr. Williams?
Stuff on the couch is different, but we discussed that earlier. I think that's picture 267. As you notice on the times, it's only been about 2 minutes.
What does that have to do with anything?
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence, as we turn around.
All right.
The scene changed. Would you agree that the scene changed from when the officers went in versus when the CSU came?
It is very obvious.
This is still direct. State rested this morning. This has been the defense's case all day. And it's been a crazy day. The morning, it's been probably the best. Afternoon, it's been a little bit slower. Can't wait for Cross.
Mr. Lawrence, I'd like to talk to you about how well the job that Chattanooga Police Department did in collecting evidence. Can you speak a little bit about the job that the Chattanooga Police Department did in its collection efforts?
When you critique the work that was done, you have to understand different departments do things different ways. A lot of times they have standard operating procedures which they have to follow as the way they do their investigation. No two investigators are the same, ever. There's always something different. People say, I'm similar. Every one of them is different in some aspect.
We've got some mic that's got interference.
When the police department started their
Nothing I can do about that.
investigation
Sorry,
on
guys.
this, they had no idea what they were walking into. It was like the puzzle box without the picture. Therefore, when you start collecting and documenting things, you get everything you think is important. Everything. Because you don't know what it's going to turn out to be. You want to get as much as you can so you can learn what happened. Let the evidence tell you what happened. They collected a lot of things. A lot of things. And this is without any idea what took place in that apartment. They didn't know it was the outcome. They didn't know who had been in there. All they know is this is the way this thing looks when they got there and started documenting. The evidence collection was good to a point. But some of the things that were collected, I did not see in photographs or what we do a diagram. They do a crime scene diagram, which is a layout of the apartment, and it is supposed to document where everything collected came from. They put numbers on it. You take measurements. You want to know, you triangulate measurements. What that means is if my cup is sitting here, you've got to triangulate it, coming from two solid points, point A, point B. So when you put those in, boom, you know exactly where that item sits. Why is that important? It's in case you have to reconstruct the scene. You can put the scene back exactly like it was when you were there. So you triangulate, get the distance. There were some items that was on the collection list that was not documented in the diagram as far as locations. That's critical because you don't know what you got and you don't know if it's going to play a big part in your final outcome. I think they did a good job in collecting things with what knowledge they had going on. The items were turned in, they collected them, and then they used Blue Star, which Blue Star is a chemical that enhances possible blood. The old school was luminol. Blue Star is luminol plus 2 types of sodium. It gives a better indication, more visual. But there's certain guidelines you have to follow to use Blue Star. It is in the instructions. It's documented. The reason these guidelines are there is to get the best outcome. And from my observations in the crime scene pictures, some of the things wasn't followed. It's still a good job that it's illuminating. But what is that telling you? If it's possible blood, it's telling you there's possible blood throughout this whole area from the bedroom into the living room. About 4 foot wide, because that's the openings of doors, so you're only 3 foot, but you're opening in the kitchen. So you got about 4, max 5 foot area from the bedroom to the living room. Again, it goes back to what I described as a loft. If you come in and out of that apartment, if the window's not broke, you're using the front door.
He's a local.
If you come in the front door, go to the bedroom, and come back, it's 2 tracks through whatever you're just eliminating. That's contamination. It might not be intentional, but it's contamination. It's going to leave blood throughout. Now, dry blood is less likely to be moved, but if it's moist, wet, and let's just say if there was a cleanup, could it still be wet? Yes. But it's called a transfer state. Shoes walking across this floor is getting blood on the bottom of it. As they move, they're moving blood. So when you do the Blue Star, you have to put a minimum amount on it to light it up. You don't want to saturate it because it's soaking wet then. Anything you start trying to do you're going to have to let it dry. They did Blue Star. It indicated a lot of presumptive blood. So then they started doing what they call hemistick. In the old days, it was called the Kastle-Meyer test, which is phenolphthalein. You have to do a controlled test on the cotton swab with distilled water. You take a swipe, it will turn pink immediately to show you that yes, it's possibly blood. Current times, it's called a hemistick. If you are diabetic and you check your glucose numbers, it's a little strip. You draw your blood, you put a sample on a strip, put it in the machine. That's what a hemistick is, except larger and a different type of test. Once you find what indicates it's blood, you want to take a sample of that with the hemistick. It will turn green immediately if it's blood. If there's no reaction, then it's a negative. Once you do that, you have to lay the hemistick or put it above where you collected this from. That way you know when you go back, or if anybody else works this, they know where that stain came from. And those were not documented completely. But once you did the hemistick, now you say, oh, this could be potentially very important. So then there's a chemical called leucocrystal violet. It's a blood enhancer. It's clear liquid. It's also mixed with distilled water. But when you spray it like Blue Star, it stains whatever indicates blood. It turns it purple. Now you've got a pattern. If it's a shoe print, a hand print, anything, you've got a pattern in purple showing where that's at and what it is. So you have to document those. Each one, it's time consuming. You take it, you put scales on it. I'm sure you've probably seen some of the pictures that have little rulers or markers on it. You lay it next to it, and you need to show an overall, and then you do a 90-degree photograph straight down, showing what it looks like looking direct up. If you get that, any results, shoes, pants, fabric, like clothing on the floor or something, you can almost put people in positions. They lit it up with Blue Star to get an indication, but that's to help them find evidence. Because again, they don't know what they got.
He's approaching an area he can't
we
testify.
need to collect items from here. But it would be better if it's documented.
Did they, and they didn't use the Leuco?
They used Blue Star and the hemisticks. I did not see anything related to, if you see glucose crystal violet, you're going to, if you know what it is, it's going to turn a purple stain.
So, in the Blue Star pictures, did you see evidence of a cleanup?
From the distances, it would be hard, but my previous visit that I saw the wipe and swipe, I knew something had been going on. But if you look at the pictures of the Blue Star, some sections are very wide, and that's on the hardwood floor. When you wiping blood or swiping it, it's spreading out. So it's becoming larger. Carpet's different. Carpet saturation. It's going to do it on its own. But blood and tile would have to be cleaned up if you don't want it to be seen.
Did you see any dragging marks through the Blue Star?
I know there should be some because of the information I get to discover because of what happened after the fact. You would expect to see either markings created by Miss Pace or by the suitcase because the suitcase has wheels unless you can pick it up. From the photographs I got out of the crime scene, I did not see anything. Not saying it's not there, but I could not see anything that I could come to a conclusion, yes, these are drag marks.
All right. This part's a little slow, but wait for cross. Cross might be really good. I think we have a wireless microphone connection for the podium in the courtroom. That is a weak signal. And sometimes when people move in the path of the signal, it gets staticky.
Can you identify this picture?
This is a picture of the bed people showing a maroon type sheet or comforter. Just looking at the picture, I cannot tell the difference. But it's one of the crime scene pictures, and I believe it's listed as item number 30 that's being collected.
What item was collected as number 30?
The maroon bed sheet.
And was that when you did your inspection of the apartment, was that sheet there?
No, the bed had the spongy type mattresses that they have now instead of the, and it was partially shifted around, like the position had changed, but there was no bed covers, which to me indicated the police had collected it.
Did you do anything with this photograph?
Not at first. I really didn't think much of it because of the position of the bed, which was as you walked into the bedroom. But then when I moved the bed and I saw all this, I said, well, how did a blood stain get on here with this stuff over here? But then later, with additional discovery that came in, I learned that the bed had changed positions. It had changed to where the headboard was to the far wall. The foot of the bed was toward your walking area, which exposed the wall, the saturation stains on the floor, but it put the handprint right there.
So what did you see on the maroon bed cover or comforter?
Looking at this, you really don't see nothing because of the contrast of the red. But I've enhanced it and zoomed in.
And how did you go about enhancing it?
I use a program, it's a free program, an app. It's called Microsoft Picture Manager.
It's basically the precursor to
People
Microsoft
use it all
Paint.
the time to do their photographs. It is easy to edit photos in this program. You can add brightness to it or dim it, it's washed out. You can change the contrast to make it more clear. And then you can change the midtones, but then you can desaturate it. Desaturation is taking a color picture and taking all the color out, turning it into a black and white photograph. So I did each of those things because I started, when I looked closer, I saw an odd-looking marking on this spreadsheet. So I enhanced it numerous different ways until I could get the best clarity. And then I saw what I later learned looked like finger impressions on the bed sheet.
And when you made those enhancements, did anything jump out to you?
Yes. This area here, in my opinion, had what looked like several finger marks in a red liquid, possibly blood, more than likely blood. But it's what you call a transfer. Something bloody has come into contact with this sheet. And it's similar to a swipe. Something bloody came to it instead of the sheet going to the
I'm becoming desaturated as I listen to this.
Zoom in on it.
I was.
At this time, I would tender this as exhibit.
I'm just losing all the color and possibly will to survive. See, now I'm fully into olden time, black and white.
Can we turn off the light, please?
It's coming back. It's coming back. So basically what he did to the picture is what I'm doing to mine. He added some red and he cranked up the contrast.
Seeing, but as you can tell, it's not really clear. You don't really get an idea what it is, but you know it looks like possibly blood. This is to the left as you walk of the crime scene. When you walk into the bedroom, it's just to the left, near where that pool was on the floor, or the saturation area. This is after I enhanced the photograph to try to make this contrast stand out. Can you see the markings here? Again, it's just fingers, it's not a palm. And then I've zoomed in further. Right in here. And you notice the striations of the blanket. It's hard to see it because they contrast with each other.
Those are stripes, not striations.
That's why it's important to document this and go back and look at everything, because you don't know what you're not seeing the first time you look. Right here. And I said, why is that stain there? Until I had the information that the bed had been moved.
Are you aware if this fingerprint, whatever it is, do you know if it was ever tested by the TBI?
It's item number 30, but I did not see anything to indicate this was tested in any way, either to determine if it was blood or it's very rare, especially on fabric. You're not going to get rich details. You might.
What are rich details?
Rich details is what's on your fingers and feet. Fingerprints. A lot of times we can get fingerprints out of blood, especially with glucose crystal binder. I've done that on human skin before. But on fabric like this, because the fabric has got differences in height, you're not usually going to get rich detail, but you can test it. Take measurements of these fingers. How wide are they? How long are they? Because not all the time, sometimes women's hands are a lot smaller than men. So the measurements of the fingers could indicate if it's a man or a woman's hand. Now, this part is not visible, so all I can see is linear marks consistent with fingers.
And why else might this picture be important?
He doesn't know what.
With the information I had of the markings on the wall and where the saturation stains in the bedroom, the wall would be here, the saturation stains here, and the bed would have been here. It would have been right there together.
So we might have Chen's bloody handprint on the bed.
If there had been measurements taken of this, could it have been compared to the size of Jason's hand?
You can compare it to see if it's close. I would be surprised, and I'm not a fingerprint expert, but I would be surprised if they could say beyond a reasonable doubt it is Jason's, but is it consistent with a male compared to a female, and in this case, consistent with Jason's hand or Jasmine's hand.
But that testing wasn't done.
I don't think any testing. No testing to see if it is blood. No testing for DNA. And on something like this, they usually cut it out to test it. And no measurements at all. As you see, there's no scale with the crime scene picture. Now, how did they miss it? Because you can't see it. When you're in there, when they're taking their pictures, the contrast in there, until you go through your pictures and enhance it, it is very hard to see this stuff. But they did send it in to be tested.
It was sent in to be tested, but it wasn't.
Correct.
He adds that little. That didn't help the defense. There were 3 marks that looked like
Investigator
fingerprints
Crawford
on the hands.
testified earlier in this trial that he believed that Jasmine Pace had been killed in the bathroom. Would you agree with that statement?
No.
Why not?
Let me clarify that. The wording was killed. Where Miss Pace died, there's no way you're going to know. You can get indications of where events took place. But there is nothing in this case that shows exactly her position, where she was at when she died.
If Jasmine, something happened in the day, was that obvious?
Yes, it did. There was activity, markings on the wall, saturation stains on the floor, which after the carpet was pulled up, saturation stains underneath were smaller. Again, that's your actual stains. That's on the floor under the carpet. Because the carpet is distorting the stain. It's saturated. It's growing. So if you want a true identity of what this is, you look at the floor because that's your stain, because that's where the majority of the blood is seeping through.
What?
So, Investigator Crawford and other investigators talked about cast off in the bathroom. What is cast off?
Cast off is a type of impact stain. Again, impact stains are caused when a blood drop has some type of force behind it, sending it to a different location. blood will travel depending on how much force is behind it. And to give you an example, an explosion or a gunshot, your blood stains are going to be very, very small because there's a lot of force behind it. A beating is going to be bigger. Somebody just bleeding with trauma, it's going to be much larger. But an impact stain is blood drops that have left some type of object. Unless you know for sure what it came from, it could be numerous things. But it travels until it hits something or gravity takes over and starts pulling the stain downward. It will go as far as it can with the force, but when the force is reduced, the stain starts downward.
Did you observe any cast off in the bathroom?
I observed some markings on the wall which was above a towel rack. I would call them impact stains. Can I say beyond a reasonable doubt is a cast off? Very possible, but without more information, I wouldn't lock it in. I did see blood drops that showed directionality, and some of them had changed position, which is consistent with a cast off, but it's also consistent with anything that is losing blood drops going a different direction.
Is it only the human body that can do those blood drops? Or?
No. Any object that has blood on it, or the blood is coming from.
Let me give you a hypothetical. Say Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace in the back measure of the apartment. Did you observe the wounds in this case?
I did.
What kind of blood loss would that have caused?
Massive.
Would that have transferred to Jason?
I don't see how it couldn't. He would have had to have a lot of blood on him, on his clothing, or depending on what he's wearing, feet, legs, waist, top of the head, back of the head. And when we mention cast off, if you're using something to do harm or damage, when you're casting off, you're doing like this. You've got forward cast off, you've got backward cast off. But when that happens, you're going to have blood droppings coming down on your clothing too, around your neck area and your hair.
So, if Jason, covered in blood, crawled towards the bathroom and lifted his arm up that was covered in blood, could it cause those impact stains in the bathroom wall?
Yes.
Say he took his shirt off that was covered in blood, could that have caused those impact stains on the wall?
Yes. Again, anything that's got blood on it. If there's enough blood there to cause a blood drop, any movement of that object can send blood away from it. Anything.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, can you say where Jasmine Pace was killed in this apartment?
No.
Okay.
Not in my opinion.
All right, did he finish his directs?
Just a quick question about that maroon sheet.
Yes.
You understand that it was collected?
Yes, item number 30, I believe.
In the evidence inventory report by Investigator Johnson?
I don't remember the collection name, but I do know she collected a lot of items, especially the swabbings and stuff.
Are you confident that she actually sent the maroon sheet to the TBI to be tested?
I was thinking, but I haven't looked at the inventory sheet in quite some time. I don't know exactly everything that was sent. I do know it was collected for a purpose, but I don't know.
And then you're positive that it wasn't tested for that?
Yes, I looked at the lab results. I don't remember anything indicating a red sheet or maroon sheet.
There's no doubt that Jason Chen contaminated the apartment if he cleaned it up?
Oh, no. The cleanup is part of contamination. Like I say, anything coming in, occurring in, or leaving is going to contaminate your scene from what occurred.
There's no doubt that officers Grayson and Printon contaminated that scene.
Correct.
There's no doubt that the Pace family and whoever else went in it contaminated that scene.
Yes.
And you?
And there's no doubt that the scene changed from when those officers went in versus when CSU went in.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. I'll ask the witness.
Please let us get into cross, Judge. I think we got time. We can do this. Laurie Leanne gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
Approaching evening. Good evening, sir.
How are you doing, sir?
Doing well, thank you. We have
That static is so bad. You need a AV tech to go in there and sort that out.
So you may not have been aware, because I don't think you've been in here the whole time, unlike some of us. Would it surprise you to learn that there's already been testimony that a large number of people went into Jason Chen's apartment looking for items, conducting a search?
Yes, I read it. There was a lot of information in the discovery about, and then you've got the 2 officers, and then however many people were there to investigate it during the process, and you've got multiple crime scene people, multiple detectives, and they're coming and going. And again, the only way in and out is the front door.
Sure. And beyond law enforcement individuals, you're aware that Jasmine Pace's family, in a frantic search for their daughter, went into Mr. Chen's apartment numerous times, aren't you?
Yes. I did not learn that till later. All that information I had when I went was, that's what a 911 called.
Sure. But you now know that.
Yes.
And that can easily explain the difference of body cam, crime scene photographs, especially if there was testimony that they went in after the police officers on the body cam left.
Yes. You've got the body cams, and you've got a period of time. There could have been anybody coming in, but we later learned some family members went in before the crime scene pictures were taken.
Sure. And, sir, have you had an opportunity as part of your participation in this case to review the cell phone location data from Mr. Jason Chen?
I'm not a cell phone expert. We've got our own person that does that. I did look at it, and I did notice, the reason is timeline. Timeline is very important on the case, when did things occur. But as far as understanding it, I've got enough in here that I don't need all that.
Sure. So you're aware then, of course, excuse me, that Mr. Chen had access to his apartment, I guess from the 23rd through the 25th?
The only way I would be able to answer that is there is no documentation of who went in after the body cams into the crime scene unless it's in the discovery. That's the only way I would know.
Or the testimony of witnesses in court places.
Somebody saw him or put him there, yeah.
Sure. Okay. Sir, would you agree that your observations on the 9th day of December 2022 were not particularly thorough?
No, it wasn't.
Sure. But even though they weren't extremely thorough, you could see blood.
Oh, yes.
On the floor.
Now, I see it. And then I got down and crossed it, and it stood out more.
Sure.
And I could see some patterns, but not enough to make a determination, except that it's some kind of swipe, light transfer.
Right. Wiping marks, swipes, which a swipe is where I have an article, like maybe a piece of clothing that has blood on it, and I brush it against a dry object.
Correct. That's a swipe transfer.
And a wipe transfer would be, I think you described it as a wet substance like blood that I then touch and it causes some kind of change.
Well, you don't even have to move your hand. It's just
the mere fact of touching it.
It's a transfer, but if there is movement, then it becomes a wipe.
And the blood started around the backside of, it's been called at various times a couch, but futon.
Right.
I think we would agree it's a futon.
Yes. Now, from the front door to the futon, that's when I first started seeing it. And like I said, the room was still lit like these pictures. It was dark in there except for these blue lights, except for the bedroom and the bathroom. So when I'm walking through, I'm scanning my light, and then I see what I thought was stains. So I got down lower and cross-lit it. But it was behind the futon when I first started seeing it.
Sure. And with your naked eye, you saw stains there. You also saw dried blood in the bathroom.
Yes.
And that's where you saw the impact. I'm sorry, I want to make sure I'm using the correct terminology. Impact stain with direction on the bathroom wall to the upper left of where the door frame was.
If you're standing in a doorway, I'm 6'3", and I don't touch the top, so I know what's taller. If you hold your hand straight up, it's probably going to be close, but there's a towel rack there. And then it's above the towel rack, so I would say in this position.
And your testimony is, sir, that blood would not soak through porcelain tile.
It will the grout.
The grout, it absolutely.
But it will not. The tile is solid and it will cool there. But the grout will absorb it, kind of like it's an absorbent.
Sure, and it would create beneath the tile floor a unique pattern.
Similar to the tile.
Reflect the grout lines, is that correct? Okay, thank you, sir. And now, grout is, well, it's not even as porous as, say, a carpet, right?
I'm not a chemist or anything, but I do know it absorbs pretty good.
Sure. But when you spill water on a tile floor, it doesn't instantly seep into it, does it?
No, it's slow.
It's much slower absorption rate.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Meaning that it would take either a larger quantity of blood or a longer period of time with blood exposed to the grout for it to soak through completely.
Volume of blood plays a big part in this. How much blood is involved? If blood hits carpet and there's not much volume, it's not going to seep much and it's not going to spread much. It takes a larger amount of volume to get bigger patterns. Grout will absorb it, but how much blood actually hit the grout? So it helps to go under it. But as far as couple of drops or something like that, I don't think it's going to absorb completely through the ground.
Sure, you have to have a much bigger volume.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, I'd like to talk with you a little bit about the impact stain with direction. Can you describe to the jury what kind of a shape that would produce? And if you need to draw, I can get you a sheet of paper. I'll get you a pen. So let's say I was a blood stain pattern analyst, such as yourself. What would I be looking for what I would call a impact stain with direction?
First off, impact stain is, again, it's blood with force behind it, sending it in a direction. And it normally, if this is a wall, if you're at an angle, it's going to hit it and slide. If you're here, it's going to hit it, but it's almost straight up. So you're going to see small circles instead of the tail. But anything with a tail that's at the side of the stain is going to show you which direction that stain's going. The tail will be on the end, not at the beginning.
Okay. Would you mind drawing that for us? Just generally, I'm not going to hold you to.
Oh, yeah, I can't draw worth crap.
I understand.
This one here.
So something like that.
And that indicates the blood is going downward.
So which direction, if you could draw an arrow of where it came from? That direction. So it's coming from the top of the page, heading towards.
Right. And the little dot below, it's usually a continuation from the big stain. Sometimes they separate, depends on the angle, but usually the tail is connected.
Thank you, sir. Can I have this one? Sir, 227.
Guess who's going to be called on a rebuttal? I'm guessing the state's
And in the bathroom, you observe
blood pattern
some of
analysis
these
expert.
marks.
I saw some impact stains, yes.
Sir, I'm going to show you what. Well, first, but before that, if it's not an impact stain with direction, what kind of a shape would a blood drop? Let's say I have a drop of blood that drops from a particular height straight down to the ground.
If it's a blood drop, first you have to have enough volume for it to drip. And I believe that's 0.05 milliliters. Once it drips, if there's no movement and there's any type of force, now a ceiling fan can cause force because it's causing circulation. But a straight down drop should look like a perfectly round circle. It's called a 90-degree drop. If there's any slight movement at all that can change that, it might be a 70-degree, which means it's slightly shifted a little bit. That means movement's involved or force. If you're walking and you're bleeding, you're going to get the impact stains because now you're showing directionality and the tails are going ahead of it.
Now, sir, there's a photograph that's been admitted into evidence. It is 176-5. You see it up here on the screen, and it's also behind you. I don't know which would be more convenient for you. Now, the only problem is the laser pointer doesn't work on that.
Okay.
So
it'd be easier this way.
Yes, sir. So what are we looking at here?
Focus.
Can you analyze this one for us?
To me, the picture's kind of out of focus. You can still see it. Now, let me explain what we're seeing here. There's a ruler here and here. That is not to indicate from here to here. What that is giving you is an idea so someone can look at this and determine how large that stain is, going from here to here. That's why this little white piece more than likely was put there. So you're seeing the size of the stain. But what this thing tells me is it hit right there. Now, excuse my shaking up, but it hit right there and run down and caused like a pool. That's a level surface right here. Unless it's slanted to let the flow continue, it's going to stay right there. So it looks like an impact stain that hit there. No way to tell the angle, no way to tell much at all about it, but that it hit and then it's run down and landed.
The tail's pointed up.
All right, thank you, sir. So this is an impact that then pulled on that ledge created by the molding along
That's what
the
it
floor.
appears to be to me.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I'm going to show you this photograph here, 179-1.
Okay.
What does this photograph show?
This here is the framing in the bathroom leading into the bedroom. Like I said, I'm 6'3", and I don't hit my head on these things, so it's got much higher than 6'3".
Right.
And it's
Top
to
of the
the
door.
left. Right here is one of the supports for the towel rack. So I would say, let's see, you go over here, it starts at 4, and they start about 2, so it's almost a foot up above the towel rack. So I would kind of guess it's getting around the 5.5 foot mark.
Would it help if I zoomed in for you?
As far as this, no, sir. I know I don't have the exact measurements of the.
No, I mean of the pattern.
Oh, okay, yes. Well, it starts here.
Okay.
And comes down there.
All right. So could you please point out to the jury the impact stains with direction that you can observe in this photograph?
As I described, you see this one here. You can see the tail. Now I'm going to identify it like a clock, going towards the 11 o'clock position. So it's hitting here and going this direction. And here, looks like a smaller stain. It could be what we call a satellite stain. It could be from this stain, or it could be another stain that has finally lost its velocity and landed. This one here is going almost identical in the direction of this one. But if you look at this one, the direction has changed slightly. That doesn't mean there was a secondary. It just means this stain appears smaller, and I think it has lost gravity and started to come down. So that the position, when it comes down, being hit there, it's going to go to the left. So these look like 11 o'clock. This one looks more like 10 o'clock. Again, you got smaller stains here, which this picture, you can't really see the directionality. You might if you zoom in. You've got one here that doesn't have the complete tail, but you can see the smaller area here. It's going more like, it's not a 9:30, but it's between 9 and 10 o'clock position. This here, I really don't see a directionality. This one has some directionality, and this one has direction. Now this one over here, see how small it is. So it has come down further.
And sir, would you agree that the majority of the larger impact stains with direction are pointing in this general direction?
Correct.
And sir, if we were to trace that line down towards the floor, would you agree, sir, that it places them somewhere in the vicinity of this area right here?
Well, you've got to understand, this is trim, so it stands out from the wall. So you know the stain has to be on this side of the trim for it to be able to
has to be closer to us.
Now the stain itself, like I said, to get the angle and the direct, to get the angle where this is coming from, you have to measure the stain, the width and the length, use trigonometry to convert it to come up.
Tell us about that trigonometry.
That angle can tell you how far towards us or where the source is coming from. But there was no measurement, so I cannot tell you where the source came from except in this area.
The area, when you say this area, are you describing the darker sections?
I would start it at the trim of the door and come back. Now, how far? Again, I don't have the measurements of the stain, but I would say in this area, because of the size, the width of the stain.
And so we're clear, the areas that you described in this general area here are locations where you saw blood stains in the grout between the tile floor and the bathroom.
This appears in this picture to be the original color of the grout. You can see the darker color here.
And sir, the discoloration, which you described, which I think you described as possible blood stains.
Correct.
Right.
The reason I say that, unless it's tested and a confirmation, I list it as possible.
Sure.
So I get a confirmation.
So what you admitted into evidence, you described as blood on the
possible blood.
Possible blood. So this is possible too.
Correct.
It could be something else.
Correct.
We just don't know.
It was not tested.
But likely blood. Given what you know about the case,
the preponderance indicates.
Sure. That it would be blood on this and blood on that.
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree, sir, that the discolored area covers assuming that each one of those tiles is, 8 to 10 inches, that's
normally 10 to 12.
10 to 12, so we're talking possibly 3 feet by 2 feet?
But I don't have the measurements on it.
Sure.
But, yeah, if you figure, to be safe, 8 to 12, I would go ahead and include, but it could be the whole difference. So you've got some feet here. But again, if the stain was measured, I could be almost to the location.
Sure.
Now, one thing that changes is the height.
Okay.
Because that's where the angles come in. You have blood here, but I cannot say the source didn't come from here because we don't know if there was stains between that until it hit the wall. Like I said, the blood drops are going to travel until they lose gravity or hit something.
Right.
So that looks like the tail end of the impact.
Would you describe this area here as a large potential blood stain?
Well, I don't see a stain except for in the grout. Now, I cannot say the tile itself had blood on it because none was visible because it wasn't clean.
Right?
Very light.
Very light.
The tile, I can say yes. Some blood got on this tile somehow.
Sure. And, well, sir, let me show you the underside of the tile.
Here we go.
The tile backer boards are in evidence
in this case. They're here.
Digs into the pile of evidence.
They haven't been opened yet.
The photograph changed them.
I'm sorry.
Hold the cord.
So the tile is in evidence. The actual backerboard shown in that prior photograph.
Okay.
Let me pull it up. I don't even know where it went. There it is. They're in evidence. Do you see a distance marker on that now?
Yes. Is this the back side of the backerboard, or is this the top of the backerboard?
Look, this is the top of the backerboard, sir.
That's what I was thinking. I just wanted to clarify.
And I
see the stains in the grout area.
Consistent with blood soaking through the grout and spreading out under the actual
That would
tile.
take a lot of blood to soak through the ground.
You also have some up here.
Right.
But you can't tell if it's grout or not.
Thank you, sir. Now, I'd like to ask you a little bit about your observations on the photograph that you created in Collective Exhibit 226. Do you mind?
Okay, the day photo.
So, sir, you observed when you went into Mr. Chen's apartment, the bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you were there, the bed was up against what crime scene calls the north wall. I'll show it to you right here. Okay? Up against that wall that we see here.
Yes, when I visited, yes.
Okay, it was up against that same wall. Next to the
I don't know if it's exact position, but yes, that's the head to top. The top to the bottom.
And you also had an opportunity on not one but two occasions to look inside this bedroom.
Yes.
During your time that you spent inside this bedroom, both on the 9th and again a couple of days, 5 days later, on the 14th, other than what we saw down there next to the molding for the door frame, did you observe any directional blood spatter, or I'm sorry, impact stain with direction?
Just the one we talked about earlier here.
Nowhere else?
There's something here, but
we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
I don't see impact in this area.
Sure. No, not on any surfaces. Wall.
Not from this photograph, no, and I didn't observe it.
Ceiling. Cabinets.
I looked at the ceiling, but as high as I could get up was my height. I didn't have anything stand up higher.
Sure. But nothing stood out to you?
Nothing stood out, and nothing stood out in the photographs.
Even though you were able to observe with your naked eye in other rooms, impact stain with direction on walls.
The bathroom.
The bathroom, yes. Only room that has that.
That I will locate.
Sure. Thank you, sir. When you went to Mr. Chen's apartment and into the bedroom initially on the 9th, you didn't initially see the blood stains on the carpet, did you?
I saw what looked like could be blood, and there's saturation stains, which these here.
Now, I thought
but it's possible blood.
Possible.
But it's a discolorization.
Sure.
Now, did I see that? I saw some, but I didn't notice what was going on until I enhanced the photograph.
Sure. So with the naked eye, you could see something.
Something.
But it's only when you started, enhancing, manipulating the photograph with those tools that you have, that you said, hey, there's something going on under that bed.
Yeah. You can see the discolorization, but is it clearly an indication of blood? No.
And what was going on under that bed in 127-2 is the very large reddish-brown stain that we have right here.
They're called saturation stains.
Saturation stains that tailed off towards the doorway. You see that saturation stain right there?
Yes.
Okay. And going back to the preceding photograph that I showed you, it heads towards Right there, towards where?
This picture could give indication here, but you also had blood over here.
Sure. Yeah, so there's blood in a second location, and I can show you.
That's where the cutout part was.
Right, and that would be where evidence marker 9 is?
Correct, right there.
Okay. So that blood, what did you describe it as, sir?
Saturation.
Saturation. There's blood saturation from a large body of blood saturation out towards the door, which then would lead us to a large area with possible blood in a room with impact stain with direction. An impact stain with direction, as counsel for the defendant pointed out just a little bit ago, that could be caused by someone taking off their shirt.
Correct.
Swinging their arm.
Correct.
Or stabbing. Can it?
Many more options.
Many more.
But yes.
But stabbing repeatedly is one of them.
Now, the way you just described it
would cause more, right?
No, it wouldn't cause that stain.
It wouldn't cause that
up
stain.
and down.
Sure. But it back and forth?
It depends. Again, you have to have additional information to determine it is a cancer. What supporting? It shows the directionality where it's coming off of the source. But there is no way to know what the source is and how far away you are and how much blood is on the source.
Thank you, sir. If I could have the document projected.
He keeps saying discolorization. I think he means discoloration.
All right, sir. So I'm showing you 226, and this is the final page of the collective exhibit, which is your photograph 1, right? It's the
crime scene picture.
Crime scene.
But in my order, yes, it's number 1.
Correct, and I'm going by your order now. It's the most zoomed out picture.
That's the actual picture.
Without enhancement.
Correct.
As is, no enhancement.
Correct.
Sir, if I could get you to please point out in this photograph where those red marks are that you identified in
this area.
Okay, in that area?
Yes.
And I'm going to go to the closest, most enhanced one that you have, which I believe would be your third photo, is what you'd call it.
Correct. I did a zoom and then got even closer to a second zoom.
But for record purposes, it's the second page of the collective exhibit.
Third. This one.
Right. But your third photograph. But
my second.
Yeah. Thank you. And this is what you describe as possible blood transfer from fingers
to me, that is giving me a strong indication that this is linear marks in possible blood that is consistent and, in my opinion, fingers.
Okay. Linear marks consistent with fingers.
Yes.
Sir, what shape do fingers have generally?
And a lot of times it depends on your body weight.
Here comes the straight edge.
Some people have
Look at
thin,
that.
some have long. But again, it's like if this is blood and it has any kind of movement in the fingers, it can be wider, it could be longer.
Sure. Now,
those
sir,
are evidence marker
you agree with me,
stickers.
though, fingers don't tend to have perfectly straight lines.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct.
Isn't it possible, sir, that what we actually see on the screen is not a bloody handprint or bloody fingerprints, but where the cloth had been folded over and a transfer happened that way? See how there's a line
here?
Yes, sir. And then we have another dark line you see to the right of that middle one.
Here?
No, sir. To the left. Yes, sir. Right there. Yes, sir. Isn't it possible that that could actually be the case?
Not necessarily, because you have to understand what this stain is showing is areas of the fingers that has blood on it. We don't know how much blood was on it if this was a hand.
So he had a straight line of blood on his hand.
Blocked here, which would cause a straight line. Well, I can't say beyond reasonable doubt.
Sure. So really, we're just kind of guessing.
We're kind of saying, to me, it appears, in my experience, that these are consistent with finger marks.
Now, Sir,
Really, we're just sort of
you
guessing.
mentioned that there's no measurements and there's not a whole lot of scale that you could go off of to determine the size of these.
There's nothing. I would need another photograph with the stains.
Okay. Well,
We can
sir,
measure the stripes.
in your lengthy law enforcement experience as a detective, it's not uncommon for law enforcement to get requests for independent testing from people. Isn't that right?
I'm not following the question, sir.
Well, in your private investigation job, have you not obtained items of evidence out of police properties?
He's saying basically defense could have had this tested. Now, there might be an easier way. If this is still in evidence, which I believe it is, it's probably in the evidence locker somewhere, even if they don't have it here in the courtroom. Couldn't they measure like the stripes on the bed or even the stain and see if each one of these little finger marks are actually like 2 inches wide, which would be more than a finger width? That would be like a giant's hand instead of a normal hand. Couldn't they do that? The witness is like, hey, hit me, fill my glass. I need some water. Not allowed. That would be new evidence. It's not new evidence. They took it. According to this witness, they even submitted it to the crime lab. It's not new evidence. They already have it in custody. They just haven't admitted it into the case yet. They would have to go back on and lay the foundation for it. Do you guys see the finger marks now that he's put the paper up next to it? The whole purpose they're doing here is trying to say that Jasmine was not shackled at the time of the attack because this could be her handprints.
So if someone, you testified earlier that you didn't observe any drag marks, bloody drag marks through.
I did not personally see.
If a person were to, say, pick up a body and carry it, you wouldn't see drag marks, would you?
Correct.
Okay. Next, sir, I'd like for you, if you can, point out for me in 147-5, if I can have a DP touch, sir. Thank you.
It did sort of look like a knife was wiped on the bed there.
Could you please point out in this photograph, crime scene photograph, where those...
I'm sorry, just for the purpose of record, can you identify the exact signature?
I said 147-5.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
My apologies.
Could you please point it out?
What's that?
Where the fingerprints are?
I can't observe it. I don't see it in that picture. I mean, it's possibly there. It's just without enhancement, I'm not able to see it.
Without the enhancement?
Okay. Plus, I'm a distance away.
Sure.
It's going to be in this area, but
Yeah,
in that area.
And bigot.
Yes.
Are you sure?
It's right in that area. It's what it appears to be from the picture. As you can see, this here is applied like it's supposed to be, and that picture is pulled down. It's changed.
Right. It is changed.
Yes. The top of it has been pulled up.
Sure. So we can't see it on the crime scene photograph where it is as found, right?
I cannot say, I mean, if I enhance this, I might be able to, but you're looking at it at a different angle. It might not stand out as much.
Why would you not use the photographs of as found to try to confirm that this
Objection. What, you mean, same objection as before?
Yes.
I think this goes to his analysis where he was changing the settings on his camera. So I think that's within the realm of what's already done. So that's your objection overruled.
Why would you not analyze this photo and
I did all photos. I just,
every single one of them?
if I would have seen it, I would have probably done the same.
Thank you, sir. Another thing I noticed, sir, could you please describe what's to the right of the evidence marker 11 in that picture?
This here?
Yes, sir.
Pillow with a dark case on it.
Okay. And you would agree, sir, in the body cam video, that pillow is covering up where item 11 would be.
This pillow was over here.
Yes, sir. So when you put on your presentation that knife is added, you can't say that it wasn't already there.
It's added in the picture, though.
Added in the picture, but it very well could have been there already.
Could have, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to talk about contamination of crime scenes. Okay. You, by doing 2 walkthroughs, contaminated the crime scene.
Anybody that went in that apartment,
including defense counsel when he entered with you.
To where he walked to, yes.
You would agree, sir, that moving and removing a body from a homicide scene really is contaminating the scene?
Yes.
Jason Chen did that, didn't he?
I have no idea. I assume because Mr. Pace was found at a different location. But what actually, I can't say.
Cleaning up blood, like you described the motion like this, and spreading it out, that really, really contaminates the scene, doesn't it?
It contaminates, but mostly it destroys what we're looking at.
Jason Chen did that, didn't he?
I have no idea who did it. All I know is what I saw.
Disposing of the remainder of a murder weapon is contaminating the scene, isn't it?
It would be, yes, sir.
Remaining in a crime scene with copious quantities of blood for days contaminates the scene, doesn't it?
Yes.
Wheeling a suitcase through a bloody crime scene contaminates it.
Yes.
I can have a moment.
Yes, sir.
Just about getting to the end of the day here. Probably just a few more minutes. No more than about half an hour, I think. We'll be done.
Yes, sir, you'd agree that dry blood is much more difficult to transfer than wet blood.
Correct. I mentioned that earlier.
And that's why
it's possible, but not.
And that's why within your scope of expertise, you know that in order to collect a sample of blood from a dried surface, you have to first wet the cotton swab with distilled water.
Cotton swab or whatever you're affecting it with distilled water. Yes.
And it's
you
very
have to have some type of moisture.
And it's very common to use a cotton swab on a wooden stick to collect blood samples.
Yes.
In fact, that's the accepted practice across the state.
There's other ways, and I've done both, but the most often used is the cotton, long cotton swabs. They're about this long.
Yes, sir. And it only takes, hours to a day or so for blood to dry, right?
It could be many different times because the temperature inside the room can accelerate it or decrease it. Or not, it's actually decrease it, but give it a longer time or shorter.
Sure, the drier the air, the faster it dries.
Right. It's like if you're in a room and there's no air coming in, it's going to be a matter of time.
But you agree, sir, this was a climate-controlled residence?
Yes.
Okay. Wasn't abnormally cold?
That, I don't know what the temp was, and we're talking multiple different days, but a bit of when things progress. I don't know what the temp was in Chattanooga during those days.
And sir, are you sure you couldn't see the bong in that body cam video?
It could have been, but I'm looking at it, and it looks like it's gone. It's possibly there, but it didn't stand out to me.
Okay.
But it was in one place, and in that place, it's no longer there.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
May we approach?
Looks like we might be wrapping up for the day. Maybe time for jury questions. Is there going to be some more redirect first? Spent a lot of time qualifying this witness to testify as an expert. Got about half of his opinions in. The others were excluded. Lizzie, I appreciate the effort you're going to press the like button. Thank you. Mr. Lawrence could improve his vernacular. I think, is that what the judge said? Vernacular? The terminology that he was using was not consistent with other experts we've heard. Sounds like he's got the experience. He sounds like he's got knowledge regarding this. Chandler says, I said vernacular. His verbiage. How do I say that correctly, Red Pen? Carol, you're welcome. This is live from court, so we get to follow along as court proceeds. I didn't hear the words, the answers from this witness really convince or lead me to believe that those finger marks on the bed change anything. Maybe they'll do it in closing arguments, but let's get some sound backs coming out.
No redirect.
The jury have any questions for Mr. Lawrence?
Straight to jury questions. Come on down, counsel. Step right up. Let's discuss these as the bailiff collects the questions from the jury. This will be insightful. We'll see if they drew any conclusions from the testimony, possibly from some of these questions. We are 103 likes away from hitting our 1,000 goal for the afternoon stream. Thank you, everyone who's clicked the like button. Jury questions. Purple Coconut's like, I was so done with this guy. I was so done. Yeah, a lot of you have said this. Those finger marks look more like somebody wiped off a bloody knife with that straight edge. I wonder if they could overlay the piece of the broken knife on there and say, does that curve look like this curve? The other Jules, thank you for the massive super chat. Thank you very much. Thank you for spending Saturday away from your family with us. You're just my extended family. That's all. I've got to say thank you to my boys for working on the remodel while I'm here in the room next door, not helping them. Di Beatson, thank you as well. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. What a day. Yeah, the opening, the first half of today was probably some of the best courtroom video we've seen, this year already, but we're only a couple weeks into that, approaching the 3-week mark. But it stands out as probably some of the best courtroom video in the last, 3 months that we've seen. The back and forth, the witnesses, it's been really good. Hey, B, I'm glad you were able to get your house cleaned and glad we could hang out together while it happened. How much do you charge? I'm asking for a friend. Problem with knife wipes, you'd have to wipe the knife before it broke or use 2 knives. The knife on the bed, this is curious. It was exposed when the police went in, which means logically the family saw it or put it there. Right? That's a conclusion I feel pretty comfortable with. I say saw it or put it there. It's possible that, I mean, some people keep self-defense items under their pillow or next to their bed or under their mattress. It's possible that somebody, it's not very safe, but somebody might keep a knife for self-defense under their pillow or for other purposes under their pillow. If it was there and the pillow was on top of it and then the pillow was moved, it's like, oh, here's a knife. Whoever moved the pillow, if they saw that knife, which you'd think they would, that would be sort of like a, oh, moment, right? Unless, in the family's case, they didn't know she was stabbed. They didn't know she was dead. So maybe that was not a big factor. I mean, they did not observe any blood at all. They didn't notice anything. The cleanup had been pretty good on that front. And not enough for the, to keep the forensics from finding it, but just curious. I mean, who found the knife? And how'd that happen? Do you know the length of time between the body cam and the crime scene photos? A few days. I think a few days. Was that knife broken? It was not. As a matter of fact, that knife was examined and it didn't have any evidence of blood or fingerprints or anything on it. It looked clean. It was like a paring knife from the kitchen. But it was definitely not the knife that was used. It was not the broken knife. The knife that was used is what's considered a chef's knife, which is a much larger knife, a blade that's much wider, and this is probably half that size. Oh, is there a football game today? Awesome. Just kidding. Yeah, it's a busy day. It's a busy day today. We're having court on Saturday because this jury is sequestered, which means they can't go home this weekend. So you might as well, instead of just sitting at the hotel all weekend long, work through the weekend. And they will be working today. Well, they did work today. They are going to be working on Monday. They only get Sunday off. So even though Monday is a holiday with Martin Luther King Day, we will be back for court then as well. AZDCS Oversight Group says, I've just been lurking. Thanks for making my paperwork day a bit more bearable. Keyword, bit. Paperwork sucks. This is why I could never be a police officer. The paperwork involved. It's like, until it's all digital and a robot does it for you, that career is just out for me. Not very good at keeping notes. Who do we think put the knife there on the bed? Well, I'm thinking this through. If the family doesn't know that she's dead or been stabbed, it doesn't stand to reason that they would be planting evidence of a knife in this scene, right? The family wouldn't do that because they don't know that's the conclusion that the police need to reach. Okay, they don't know she's dead, so that if they do find a knife, it's like, that's weird. He keeps a knife on his bed, guess for protection. It probably wouldn't stand out. There's a possibility, as we know, that the family, when they first went in, as we heard from Travis this morning, that he went in with his H&K drawn. He had his firearm to secure the room. It might have been that Katrina, when she went in at other time, wanted some, to make sure it was, clear the space every time, and that's what she used for self-protection. That's logical to me, but we haven't had any testimony that would take us that far. So I would say it's possible the family put it there and just didn't own up to it, or someone in that group that went in those multiple times after the police went the first time and before they went the second. It's possible somebody brought that, and it's also possible it was just under the pillow and someone moved the pillow and there it was. Lorena, hello to Chile. Welcome. Good to have you here. Nikki, got court 5:30 in the morning on a Saturday. To my knowledge, the family was not charged with anything. I loved hearing the surprise witness this morning when defense called Travis Pace, Jasmine's dad, to the stand. I wish we had seen his face. He was probably just floored. Like, excuse me, me? What? Had no clue he was going to be a witness, especially for the defense. And And we didn't know that until prosecution got up on cross-examination and said, no, you had no warning, right? There's no prep. There's no deposition, practice. There's nothing. But he was a great witness, and he sort of painted the picture a little bit better of how they broke into the apartment with how he just brute forced the door, just lifted it up. And I agree, a credit card can't open that door from the angle we saw of that door jam. It just doesn't work. I've opened doors with credit cards, but they have to open out, not in.
A few questions, so I'm going to ask them, but if you could face the jury when answering, please. If the murder occurred on November the 23rd, and it was 4 to 5 days later when police entered, wouldn't blood be dry by then?
I would expect it to be, but I wasn't there, I can't tell, but I would expect it to be over that period of time.
Can you confirm if you saw or documented any open wine bottles in the apartment? Did you notice any used wine glasses?
Wine glasses, I did not see. I would have expected it to be collected if it was there. Wine bottles that had been opened, there was a couple that had the cork up, which if once you open it, you push it back, you're not going to get it back like it was. There was a couple that the cork was up. So most were sealed.
This question deals with the comparison photos of the body cam footage versus the crime scene photos. They will not come back as an exhibit. However, since you obviously have a question about that, the parties may show them during redirect or recross to this witness if they wish.
That's all. One more.
Do you think it's possible that Jason Chen moved items on November the 27th after the body cam footage was filmed, since cellular records previously admitted into the record show him in the area later that day?
There is nothing that gives me any information who did. There's nothing to lock in who it was. All it is, it was different.
Well, I think the juror's question was, do you think it's possible?
It's possible, but everything's possible. I mean, until you can confirm or refute. That's the way I usually go to possible. Either say yes, it did or could, or no, it couldn't or didn't.
There was a question asking about the photos in the subfloor, asking if the witness could determine what position the victim's body was in. That's been determined to be beyond this witness's area of expertise.
The witness is like, really?
What are the discolorations around the impact stains on the bathroom wall?
If you're talking about what looks like ran down the wall, that is residue from the Blue Star. If you spray with Blue Star, the liquid will run down the wall and dry in that position. It's kind of a darker color, discolorization.
Any redirect based on jury questions?
Discolorization is the removal of color.
One of the questions was, after a few days, you would expect the blood to dry, right?
Correct.
What if it was sprayed with cleaning materials?
Anything that could get it back wet, yes. It's now wet again and can easily be put. Dry blood, you can transfer. It's very hard. But you can get, if you walk across a floor with dry blood, you can still pick up particles that Blue Star will react to.
What about if you sprayed it with alcohol?
I don't know all of the false positives. I would think alcohol would be one, but I would physically test it.
My question is, would spraying alcohol on blood keep it damp? Or make it more
whenever
damp?
that happened, it would stay damp until it eventually dries also.
It's your understanding that there was a cleanup after this incident, right?
Yes, from reading the discovery and from some of the swipes and wipes I saw, yes.
And great efforts were taken to clean up the apartment.
I would say yes, because there's very little blood in the bathroom. And to get from point A to point B, you would think there would be.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson, for the time.
All right, that might conclude our
It's 10 minutes
day.
after 6. If you have a brief witness or witness you absolutely have to call today because of, of scheduling, we can do as much as we can.
We would see.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the testimony you're going to hear for today. Again, I must remind you the admonition not to talk to one another or anyone about this case, and do not let yourself be exposed to the media. We're going to have a bit of an outing tomorrow. I'll step in the jury and give you more details about that in a moment. I think that's it for now. We'll resume on Monday about 9:30. Okay. That makes up the jury.
They have a bit of an outing tomorrow. They're not holding court. It's not a jury view. I think he's just going to tell them the accommodations for any religious services they may want to participate in. A little field trip, maybe. A little picnic somewhere. Maybe take a boat up the river or something. Let's just make sure there's no more business today. I think both sides are pretty much exhausted. This must be terribly exhausting to work through the weekend.
I think for the trial, we're back in the defense proof now. I'm not sure how much longer to go, but I'm going to go ahead and start tweaking the jury instructions. I was waiting to see if there's anything about self-defense or anything different in the pattern jury instructions. A lot of this that need to be added. But just be thinking about that. If the state or the defense has any extra jury instructions you want, please draft them and submit them. We can argue about them at some point before we get to the jury. Okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll some recess until 9 a.m.
All right. So 9 a.m. on Monday, we'll be back. We'll be back on a Monday. Josh is begging me, and by begging, I mean he's literally sending pictures of tears in his eyes with his hands clasped, looking up with puppy dog eyes, to show you a video of something that happened the other day in another trial. And it's 21 minutes long. I don't know. You guys have been here all day. Let's see. Pretty please. He said, this, I'm verbatim. Pretty please. Let's watch what I just sent you either today or Monday. It was 2 days ago, at least, and last approximately 21 minutes and 38 seconds. If he's begging, it must be good. You guys up for another 21 minutes? Burnett Circuit Court, Branch 1. Let's see, Burnett Circuit Court, Branch 1. Do a quick check and see what it is. Looks like it is 21 minutes long. There it is, Branch 1, 2 days ago. All right, you're all saying yes. I'm not seeing any no's. I haven't seen any no's yet. I was like, well, I made it this far. All right, let's go ahead and do it. Give me just a second to get the audio tweaked back to the levels we need for this video, because this court, we're going from a very noisy court to a much quieter court, which will be heaven for our ears. You don't notice until we actually make the switch, but there we go. Let's see. That should do it here. Just 1 second. All right, here we are. This is actually one of my favorite judges. She is phenomenal, especially if you ever get a chance to watch her on some of her drug court days. It's so good. Oh, yeah, that's the wrong one here. We're going to fast forward just a tiny, teensy bit. There we go. 5 seconds. 4 more likes to 1,000. We can do it. Thank you very much. Give us some audio. She is such a thoughtful judge, and she's good. She's good. Oh, bless you. Who was that?
Oh, I get it now. Okay. Ms. Kuchera, I don't have your attorney.
Where's your
You should
attorney?
be calling in or something. Kuchera. What is it? Kuchera? Kuchera?
What?
Kuchera.
I heard that wrong.
Kuchera.
Thank you for 1,000 likes. I appreciate that. It really does help the channel. Where's your attorney? Look at this guy just kicked back, waiting for his attorney.
Okay.
Or no, that's the other guy.
Don't need to go there. Go here.
No, I did not hear it wrong. That's what I thought I heard.
651.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
9.
If you get to pick your judges, if you ever have to go in front of the court, this is one I would have on my short list for sure.
Please try again.
What?
The number you have entered has not been recognized.
How I not?
Did you fat finger the number? Dial it again.
651.
Okay. 867 5309.
Please try again.
It's
Try it without the one.
Try it without the one.
Yeah, just go through
I do one, but we'll see.
867 5309.
Have entered has not been recognized.
It's not working.
I'm going to try looking him up. That's what I'm going to try to do.
We'll check the online yellow pages. Attorney.
He's disbarred.
Not yet.
Well,
Not in Wisconsin. There's a pending case.
oh, well,
He's only disbarred in
just
Minnesota.
Just in Minnesota.
You still want this guy as your attorney.
Prominent Twin Cities Michael Padden disbarred. Prominent Twin Cities attorney Michael Padden disbarred. Well, his number is not recognized, so
Maybe he thinks he's disbarred in Wisconsin, because I know that Minnesota filed a complaint against him in Wisconsin on
I'm gonna
October
probably
17th.
say you need a new attorney. Probably what
There's a
I'm going to
chance.
say. Probably. Do you pay him? I'd probably get your money back. Probably do that. Or ask for it, but sorry. Yeah, because that's the new news is prominent Twin Cities attorney Michael Padden disbarred. Not just suspended, disbarred. Cut, throw, gone.
Cut, throw.
So I'm going to
There's
give you
sound
some
bites
time
here. Oh, there's some good sound bites.
to find somebody else. All right?
For what it's worth, he never filed a discovery demand, and we haven't provided any.
What was the title?
I don't know how much you've paid him. You don't have to tell me. But I would try and get that back. Just friendly advice.
Prominent Twin Cities attorney Michael Padden.
All right. So,
Over harm to clients is the rest of the.
did it take you a lot of time to save what you needed to get to him?
Minnesota Supreme Court ruled the acts of misconduct were not
Oh.
isolated or
Wait.
owing to a lapse
Okay.
of judgment.
Miss Kuchera, I'm going to get it, I promise. Miss Kuchera, why don't you come have a seat up here? Because I'm going to guess you don't want him anymore, and he can't even probably practice anymore. So can we just remove him?
Yes.
And then we can just talk?
Yeah.
All right. We will go on the record in the matter 24 CM 213, State of Wisconsin versus Casey Kuchera. The state appears through District Attorney Kevin Schmidt in person. Ms. Kuchera appears in person without counsel Michael Padden. The court attempted to call Michael Padden's number 3 times. All times it came back that this number is no longer, doesn't exist. The court searched for Michael Padden's contact information. When the court did a search for Michael Padden to get additional contact information to call Mr. Padden to notify him of his tardiness for today's hearing.
Minnesota Star
Big
Tribune.
headline from January 4th came up saying prominent Twin Cities attorney Michael Padden disbarred.
I show
just
August
leaves me
14th,
to believe that
2024 as
perhaps
well.
he's not able to represent Ms. Kuchera, and Ms. Kuchera has personally paid for his services. So Ms. Kuchera, you have a few things that you need to take care of. I'm going to guess that even hearing that news, even if by some chance, some grace of God, he may still have his license here in Wisconsin, hearing that he's disbarred in Minnesota probably gives you a little bit of angst.
And I had just contacted him Monday to remind him that we had court, and he never mentioned it.
Oh, well, kind of interesting. Did you contact him on the number I just contacted him at?
I can give you the number.
I would love it if you could, because I just called this number and it says it doesn't work.
Yeah, 61
867-5309. That's Jenny's number.
Well, that's not the number that I have, and that's not the number that came up. I don't know. And here's the thing. It's up to you and whatever you want to do. If you want him to continue as your attorney, that's your right. If you don't, that's your right too. Completely whatever you want to do. I called the case because you have $1,000 posted because you failed to come to court. So there's $1,000 posted. And what I was going to do was going to see if you wanted him to continue. If you didn't, I was going to remove him, and I was going to see if there was an offer, and I was going to see if there was any restitution. But I'm just going to ask if there is any restitution, because I don't have any disposition supplement. No, there's no restitution here. And so I'm not even sure where this case is going. I don't even know what's going to happen. Off the record, your attorney stated that there, and I'm noticing in my electronic file, no demand for discovery has been done yet.
Yeah, and I thought that was kind of odd myself.
Therefore, it's kind of at a still, nothing's happening. So I don't know what you want to do. We can't talk about the case or where it's going or even an offer if you're keeping Mr. Padden as your counsel. He fails to appear. You said you talked to him on Monday, reminded him. You, the client, reminded the attorney. You, the client, reminded the attorney that there was a hearing. That usually goes the other way around. Like usually the attorney has the job of reminding the client, but good for you for being responsible and reminding your attorney who has failed to appear. All right. And again, it's not the court's job to even contact him to appear. He should be appearing, especially when the court gave him permission to appear by video, and he's not appearing by any means. I have Zoom up and there is no appearance. Okay. So I'm not going to put you on the spot. I'd like to know if there's an offer, but I'm just going to kind of do a quick little turnaround to give you time to think about what you want to do. Maybe talk to attorney or ex-attorney Padden and figure it out. Mr. Schmidt.
Offer would be a ticket for 346,675 sub 1. That's owner's liability for failure to stop after accident, which is according to the bail schedule book, $767.50.
$767.50. And what was the statute?
346.675 sub 1. The owner liability version of it is a ticket, not a crime.
The prosecutor's practically laying on the desk.
So you can think about it even more. And again, I don't even know what's going through your head right now. Okay, I don't know what's going through your head. You probably have a lot.
Honestly, I'm okay with just going ahead and proceeding without Mr. Padden.
And you want to make the intelligent, knowing, and voluntary choice to remove him as your attorney right now? All right. So therefore, the court will strike him and will withdraw him from the record as your counsel. And so you can understand, and now I'm going to see if you understand the offer that's been presented, all right? You have been charged with the crime, hit and run, as a misdemeanor. This hit and run misdemeanor crime has a maximum possible penalty of up to $1,000 fine and up to 6 months of jail, okay? Mr. Schmidt has made an offer to you to amend it to a ticket, all right? To a ticket for $767.50 under owner's liability for failure to notify of an accident, okay? You have $1,000 posted. That would cover a ticket if that's what you wish to do. I can give you time to think about this and have you come back in the next week or so. We can take care of it here today. Whatever you want to do. I don't want to put you on the spot. This is a lot for you to think about.
I'm okay with just taking the ticket and just going ahead and getting this over with.
You want to accept the responsibility, be accountable for your actions, and take a ticket for the fine.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Schmidt, formal motion to amend under the owner's liability for failure to notify of an accident.
So made.
That's a
Court
good deal.
will grant
That's
that.
a good deal.
How do you wish to plead? Either no contest or guilty.
Say no contest.
Doesn't matter. I'm okay with either. No contest. Court will enter a no contest
That's a good one.
on your behalf here
That
today.
avoids,
I
some
will
civil
assess
liability issues.
$767.50. You have $1,000 cash bond posted. That will go towards this ticket. The remaining will be
Refunded.
sent to the person, the individual who posted it, to the address that they provided, okay?
Yep.
All right. Do you have any questions? Good luck. I'm sorry. Good luck.
Good
All
luck.
right.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And
We
good
are
luck for
adjourned.
good measure. Love it. Oh, wow. What happens when your lawyer gets disbarred? Well, it's probably what people in my area, there's a few homeowners in my area who are finding out that their realtor is now incarcerated and charged in a triple murder in my area. Yeah, crazy thing. Crazy. You guys, this has been a long day. It's been a long day. Thank you for hanging around with me. I appreciate it. We've been over 1,000. Well, we're over 10,000 watch hours today, which is just amazing. I love it. Thank you very much. It's a little too long. I need a little bit of downtime this weekend, more than just tomorrow. So if we can wrap this up, that would be great, so I can get some stuff done. Maybe it's already dark here, but I'm going to try to work in the bathroom and get some work done there as well. But I may have to cover that trial. I might. Law and Crime already did a little announcement on it. It's hit national news. So we'll see. I think it will not go to trial. The trial in my area, because I think his mental status, his mental state, is such that he might not be found culpable. But wild, absolutely wild. We'll recap on Monday. They're going to start at 9 o'clock, which means we have to start before then, maybe 8:45, 8:30ish, maybe on a good day. It is a holiday, but not for us. We'll be here. Please come prepared. Bring your notebooks, popcorn if you need some. I don't know how much longer the defense has in their case, how many more witnesses they have, but the judge at least sees a light at the end of the tunnel. It could be 2-3 days, could be less. We've had substantial portions of one witness and an entire other witness eliminated. Both of them were experts. So I think it has condensed down the time frame just a little bit. I think we're going to come in under the 10-day estimate that we had before. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again Monday morning, Martin Luther King Day special edition with day 7 of Tennessee versus Chen trial. Appreciate all of you being here. Thank you very much. Bring a friend next time. It's a lot of fun. Thank you all for being in chat. Thanks once again to our incredible mods who not just moderate chat, and they do so much more. I owe them so much. Thank you. They're amazing. You all are wonderful. You guys have a good weekend. We'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye. Practice my air drums to this song.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
You guys have a great one. Bye-bye.
In front of the Walmart.
Josh, thank you. Thank you for the super chat, Josh.